Hey piggy, don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Wage cut ain't no way to be alive. Don't make me go back to 9 to 5. Wage cut ain't no way to be alive. Ooh, hey piggy, just give me one more super chat. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy, just give me one. Ooh.
When I'm with my boo, 1 and 1 miss 2, then it mix free. Yeah, we had the baby. She want Versace, she want Gucci. Gotta lay down all my bands on the Lambo, cause she don't like my Volvo, no, no. Yeah, she got a diamond grill on her baby teeth. Coolest kid in nursery, but you know, I'm not a materialist, an idealist. I flow with the transcendental argument. Reading Wittgenstein, investigate my girl philosophically. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? I just want the money.
Hey piggy, just give me one more super chat. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy,
yeah,
just give me one.
yeah,
ooh.
straight up, I'm simping for you, girl. I want my heart, want you in my world. I see you in the super chat, I see you wanna go from me. I see you on the OnlyFans and you got my heart in your hand. Please don't crush it, girl, understand that I'm a simp, but I'm proud. I'm a geek, but I'm proud. And I wanna feel your breath at a convention. I want my picture of you groping my ass to be on social media. I want my friends to see it on Discord. I'm gonna upload it to my subreddit and they all gonna see it. My friends, they gonna like it, they gonna retweet it. But I feel that it's gonna be the greatest moment of my life, and I want you to be a part of it, girl, yeah.
Don't make me go back to that 9 to 5. Wage cut ain't no way to be alive. Don't make me go back to 9 to 5. Wage cut ain't no way to be alive. Ooh, hey piggy, just give me one more super chat. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy, just give me one more super chance. Hey piggy, just give me one. Ooh, hey piggy, just give me one more super chat.
Oh yeah! There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. The word begins with you, not you. I'm gonna tell you what word it is. Usually on the dance floor. Get that ass up. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more name. Get more name. I wanna see your ass poor. CEOs, yeah, I'm talking to you. Get more hoes, get more paid, get more votes, get more laid. I wanna see the CEOs ruining lives to the beat. Ruin those lives in 141 BPMs. Oh yeah. Toes. Fiat clap. Shake that ass. Misery on the dance floor. Aha! Oh yeah! Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more pain. Bankers, get more name. Only one thing can bring this world together. Destruction of the middle class. Ha-ha! And more fiat cash in my bank account. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers,
Damn. Twerkers of the world unite. Twerkers of the world unite.
I want to live forever.
Damn. I see you on that Instagram, girl. In them yogurt pants. Made me think. Damn. Sexy little communist. Sexy little communist. Working out the praxis. Ooh. Sexist. Like the bugs we eat for access. You just got a little extra meat. Call it for access. You own my heart and the means of production. Let me show you my means of reproduction. Fetal cell sprite.
Live forever.
Tonight's the night. Ballin' like Joseph Stalin. Ooh, sexy little communist. Sexy little communist. Doing little praxis. Ooh, I seen you on my Instagram. You made it my Sinstagram. Sexy little socialist. You gon' make me Marxist. Big girls need their loving too. You expose the big booty. Industrial complex. Big booty, industrial complex exposed. World unite.
What's up? All right, let's get into it. Now, I don't know that we'll actually be able to get away with this because I've been told that other streams that tried to play the full debate, I did a discussion with Buck today, and he said, hey, do a review of that whole debate. And I said, yeah, that's a really good idea. I was kind of thinking of maybe covering the whole thing. However, now people are saying that you can't really get away with it. So I don't know how much I can play that'll actually work. You know what I mean? We'll try it, but before we do, we'll see what we can do. We might have to like switch back and forth between the Rogan Smith thing and, you know, some other clips or other topics. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, what that is? What that is? What that is?
Now, Bryson is acting a fool again on the internet's shocker. Bryson's saying
That he don't care about fallacies. What's us all fallacies? I left. What that is?
why does he not care about... Well, because when we had our debate, Bryson said, fallacies, what that is. Now, when I bring that up, oh, that's racist. Somebody said, you're racist. So, quoting Bryson himself is racist. So you see that this is like the weakest weak sauce stuff. People can't deal with things, so they just say racist.
My balls. You keep a Sabbath. You keep a Sabbath. What that is? What that is? Ask my balls. Ask my balls.
Now, if he can't laugh at it, here's this guy. Wow, Jay, this is a new low for you. So quoting Bryson himself in our debate is a new low. Even though the real clown here is Bryson saying,
I start reading up the word fallacies. Answer the questions. What that is? What that is? What that is?
so it's like, I mean, I think that there's just like these hordes of really low IQ people all over the internet, all over YouTube, all over. No, his followers pulled that card. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with people who don't know what a fallacy is and laugh about it. Literally said,
What that is? What that mean? What that mean?
that's what he said in the live debate when he showed up to my live debate with Dave Gordon and that other Baptist dude. Bryson asked a question.
What that is? What that mean? What that mean?
But if you laugh about that, you're racist. So, I mean, we could have black comedians making fun of white people all day long, which I think is funny. I don't like all that stuff cracks me up. I like it when, because white people are funny, dude. White people are goofy. When white people try to dance, it's funny. And I've always thought that black comedians making fun of white people is funny. But wait a minute, if I make a joke about Bryson Gray being a dum-dum,
Racism. That's racism.
Theosis, $5. Jay, I mean, you argued that tag doesn't require normative authority. Bro, I mean, I'm sorry to be rude to you, because I'm sure you're going to say I'm being mean and rude, but do you not understand the difference between normative authority and existential certitude? They're two different things. And I don't know when I ever said that the transcendental argument is premised on normative authority in the church. So you're confusing different things. And why do you obsessively ask me this question? Why don't you just go ask Father Deacon Ananias the question? USA Patriot Crickets, $2. Jay, you can't keep getting away with this. You're the man. Heart Pounder, $10. Jay, I jumped on TikToks. I asked atheists to give a justification for logic. They all told me that logic is a contingent thing. I couldn't believe it. They are truly the flat earthers of philosophy. You could argue that. You could argue that. Theosis, I want to connect tag to the Trinity. Explain to me how it doesn't rely on one another. No. Again, normative authority is not what excludes anti-Trinitarian views. It's just what gives practical decisions for the church to say who's a heretic and who's not. That doesn't, I mean, I can know that someone is a heretic without a synod declaring that the person's a heretic. The declaration just makes it official in a legal sense. So this is like arguing that I can't know that somebody's a murderer until the court says they're a murderer. You can have that knowledge without the court making a decision yet. So you're confusing categories. The transcendental argument is not premised on a normative authority.
the legal standing of things is premised. Well, I mean, I'm not meaning to be repetitive. I'm just trying to make the case for orthodoxy from tag. I mean, part of the orthodox worldview will include normative authority, so it's implicit if you're arguing for the entire worldview. But the transcendental argument for God is not based on just demonstrating normative authority. They're just different categories. Jasper, Daddy Falcor, $5. The Lore Lodge, a Methodist Freemason, says he wants to debate on Tim Pool. Okay, but I don't, there's no outstanding promise of a debate with Freemasons. There's a promise for a Protestant and a Catholic debate. And I got a text from Lisa yesterday, and she thinks now she has found a Protestant. So we think we already have the three-way debate set up. I forget the name of the Protestant. It was some guy I'd never heard of. Let's see who she asked. It was a guy named... Lore Lodge. That's who she came up with. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah. So that's who Lisa has found. He's a Freemason? A Methodist Freemason? Oh man, this is going to be a fun debate. All right. So before we get to the... By the way, I thought I did a pretty good Douglas Murray impression. Y'all see if you like my little TikTok here where I did my Douglas Murray impression. See what y'all think, right? How? Right, y'all.
To have...
I added a little bit of... I think this is the British anthem or...
Well, you know, of course, it's one thing to have seen George Clooney. Perhaps you've even been in a George Clooney movie. But have you actually been in George Clooney? I don't even talk about an act unless I've been in them. And you see, I've been in, around, and on George Clooney, so I can speak to it as an expert. You've never even been in the presence of, around, near, or in the whiffing direction of George Clooney, you see.
Okay, well, now we have the cops coming into the chat. Do any of you Coptic people want to call in and have a discussion? And I'll take you through the reasons why in 2014, not just myself, but multiple outlets of mainstream media were doubting the footage. Never said that it's impossible for anyone to be killed. The footage is dubious. Does anyone want to come on and discuss that in the chat? I'll start a Twitter space and you guys can come on and I'll walk you through the various documents. In fact, maybe we need to do that because I don't know if we're going to get away with being able to play all this Joe Rogan discussion. We're probably only going to be able to get away with a little bit of it since somebody just told me that your streams are getting pulled down that try to play too much of it. So let's see. Let me create a... I'll try to create an X space right now. And you guys can call in. Let's see. Open debate. Rogan. Smith. Catholic. Coptic. Feminism. Because we're going to talk about JimBob's spot on whatever as well, since we're going to be going on whatever. We're going to be debating the same gal that JimBob debated with Jake Rattlesnake. So let me set up the call in and you guys can call in right here. I wasn't planning on it being a live debate, but we'll do it. You know I don't shy away from any of this stuff. When the person is sane, I'll debate any sane person. But once people start to demonstrate like manic insanity, it's time to move on. So I'm going to start the stream right here. And let me give you guys the link. So, any of you Coptics, anybody talking smack, you guys want to call in and I'll walk you through why it was absolutely justified to have doubt about the issue.
Frick it, we'll do it live! Do it live!
Let me give you the link.
Where that link is? Where that link at? Where that link at?
Where's the link at?
Where the link at?
Alright. Wait for, here we go. Here's the link. There you go. You want to talk smack? There's your link to call in right there. Let me add it to the show description. Call in here. Call in. Boop, 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 boop. All right. All right, welcome all you Xers, Twitter friends. We're going to open it up because, of course, people have no idea what's going on, no idea what they're talking about, and they want to make a stink in the chat. So here we go. Contemporary Compendium, $2.
F it, we'll do it live!
Quoting Bill O'Reilly. H. Brozzi, $10. Jay, I know you have a full 2.5 hour stream on Tag with Father Deacon Ananias that I can easily look up. But instead of me doing that, can you incessantly repeat everything for me? Yes, I will just hijack the entire stream for you and repeat everything that we've already done multiple streams on. Charshi, $5. Day Gyre. Thank you so much. I want to make sure I didn't miss. Okay, we got all those super chats. All right. So again, if we go back to this stupid stuff about Coptic martyrs, they're just looking for something. Literally, this is 11 years ago. Yeah, 11 years ago. I want to play that Katy Perry thing too. That's funny. Okay, so 11 years ago, when the original video popped up, actually, I think before the Coptic supposed video, there were 2 or 3 ISIS events, which I'm not going to play anything because you can't play it, but there was this guy right here. I forget this guy's name. One of them was Foley, and I forget this guy's name. There was 2 different events, right? There was this guy. Yeah, this is the Foley one, and there was another one that happened, and then there was the Coptic one. Now, when the Coptic one happened, there was a lot of discussion going on in the mainstream media. Okay, not me, but in the mainstream media. Now, I'm not saying it's true or false merely because it's in the mainstream media. Okay, so try to hold back your emotions and let me explain what I'm talking about. So Fox did a piece on this with video experts who had looked at it, and they said that there were oddities and things about the video that didn't make sense.
I have a Medicare Advantage plan, and I depend on it every day.
And one of the things was the oddity of the size of the people. The ISIS guys look like they're like 7 feet tall, which is odd. There are other oddities in the other videos that were called into question. For example, I pulled up the Telegraph article, and you have to go to Yandex because you can't find any of these on Google. So if you go to Yandex and you pull up Telegraph, and then and you pull up ISIS video fake or staged or something like that. Oh, wait a minute. This is the one I had to pull up on Wayback Machine. So let me show you. I'll have to put it in the to put it in here for you. Hold on a second. Okay. So give me just 1 second, and I'm pulling up this video for you. I mean, this news article, because you can't pull it up on the Telegraph. This is the one I had to find it on Wayback Machine, and you'll see what I mean. You know, it's funny. It's like you would think by now you guys would like understand that. Like, I'm not going to say something without any reason or backing, right? Do you think I would really just completely make up stuff with absolutely no footing, no reasoning? I don't know why this is not pulling up. Here we go. I'll just take a screenshot of it for you guys. All right. And by the way, a lot of this, I mean, the totality of the debate is not going to be about this, but when we do the apostate prophet debate, we're going to be getting deep into this issue of the CIA and support for radical Islam, which I know quite a bit about. Can't get this to move, so all right, let me pull it up on let me just pull it up on Wayback Machine for you. I can't get the thing to come up. And you guys know that when it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm obsessively Asperg about getting the actual video to come up. So I've got it saved. Give me just 1 second. I'll pull it up for you. It's in my bookmarks here. Aha, here we go. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So notice you have to get this from Wayback Machine. It takes forever on Wayback to pull up. All right, so at the time, mainstream media put out this critique. And by the way, this is, you know, what Telegraph is like fake conservative in the UK. So they have no motivations to publish, quote, conspiracy material. Analysts believe that the British jihad video may not have been James Foley's actual unaliver, although he was taken care of. So I don't even have to disagree that people I'm not even necessarily disagreeing that there are people unalived, but that the videos themselves are dubious and do not show what they purport to show. The video of Foley's on a live may have been staged, the actual thing taking place off camera. Again, so that means we didn't actually see it, you see. Can everybody see this? Do you think I'm making this up? Do you think I just invent things? I don't have any actual reason to say this stuff. I just literally just say crazy stuff. Or you think maybe I've read actually hundreds of books on these topics and I know about psychological warfare because I wrote my grad work on it and I know how deception works in warfare. And so people will assume, for example, that if I'm skeptical of a video, that it necessarily means I'm saying everything isn't true, everything is fake. That is a opposite extreme, and that's not actually what I said. The propaganda video for IS, it says, has numerous problems in it. A study of the 4-minute video carried out by International Forensic Science Company. Oh, so see, now we're appealing to science here. So who's on the side of science here? Which has worked for police forces across the UK, suggests that camera trickery and slick post-production techniques were used. For example, no BLOOD is ever seen, even though the knife is supposedly drawn across the area. After enhancements, the knife is shown at least 6 times, but there is no evidence of anything actually occurring. During Foley's actual discussion, there appears to be a blip where the journalist had indicated that he was supposed to repeat a line. One expert said, I think this was staged. My feeling, though, is that he was probably taken care of after the camera stopped. Now, when I see that, all that tells me is that there's reason to doubt it. It doesn't tell me exactly what happened. And so when I say that it's dubious, I'm well within my epistemic rights to say that. Now that's the original Foley event. Let's look at the other one. I played you the doubt going on in the other one. Here's another one. You have to pull this one up on archive as well. And this is Washington Post, which is famously a CIA outlet for many years, many decades. Even the Washington Post noted that in their 2010 column by Jeff Stein. It was well known that the CIA has staged jihad videos. So this is just further showing that there is precedence for this. It doesn't prove that they're all staged. It just proves that there is precedent for the CIA staging these types of videos. Can you read? Did you guys even know this? The agency actually did make a video purporting to show Osama and his cronies sitting around a campfire swigging bottles of liquor, savoring their conquest with young boys. One of the former CIA recalled, chuckling at the memory, the actors for the video were drawn from some of the darker skinned employees. Did you see that? Now, where do the videos come from? Does anybody, I bet half the people, I bet 90%, 95% of the people who talk about this, they don't even know what sight is. What is sight intelligence, and why are they the sole source of all of the supposed IS videos? Well, it just so happens that all of the proof that we get of these videos comes from sight intelligence. What is sight intelligence? It is an incarnation of the SIGHT group, founded in 2002 by investigative project Rita Katz and Josh Devin, based out of Tel Aviv. So this is an Israeli firm, educated in Tel Aviv. I don't know where they're based out of. She worked as a TEROR consultant, and then she was I would guarantee you this is some sort of an Israeli operation, right? And what are they known for? they're known for having the first intelligence on bin Laden and all these characters, which again makes them, to me, dubious. It does not mean that everything is fake. It just means that this, to me, is a dubious source, just as CIA intelligence is a dubious source, just like weapons of mass destruction intelligence was a dubious CIA British intelligence source, just like the BBC, to me, is a dubious intelligence source, just like the BBC was caught admittedly staging the Assad chemical attack footage. So I do not out of hand accept that because site intelligence tells me that this is what happened, that it necessarily happened. On top of that, I found the scrubbed article from 2012 that I've reported on in many, many videos, and all of you guys just ignore it. People don't care. They just believe the narratives that they want to believe. And what did the CFR report on their website in 2012? The Syrian rebels, this is al-Nusra and the quote-unquote rebels in Syria against Assad, would be immeasurably weaker without al-Qaeda in their ranks. By and large, the Free Syrian Army, the battalions are tired, divided, chaotic, and ineffective. They feel abandoned by the West. Rebel forces are increasingly demoralized as they square off with Assad's regime's super weaponry professional army. Al-Qaeda fighters may help improve morale. The influx of the jihad will help them win, etc. So here is the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. I guarantee the people that are mocking and laughing and foaming don't even know what the CFR is. In 2012, saying we need Al-Qaeda, we need IS. And IS is just a rebranded branch of all the same Western aided and funded terror. And once again, for the fourth time, I will play you the clip of the head of Mossad basically saying this. And by the way, I'm not going to lay down all my cards because I have many cards and proofs that I'm not going to lay down before the apostate prophet debate on this topic. So I'm just going to give you a couple of the cards to show you that I know what I'm talking about. And I can go into the texts that I guarantee the people that are critiquing me don't even know what they are, never even seen them. Like Victor Ostrovsky's books that we're going to go into. So let's hear one more time. I've played this clip, I don't know, 5 times now. Let's hear it again.
Syrian rebel fighters in its hospitals on the border, including fighters from Nusra Front, which is, of course, the al-Qaeda proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
As I said before...
Did you hear that?
Context.
Did you hear that? Let's play it again.
Proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
As I said before, in a different context, it's always useful also to deal with your enemies in a humane way. And I think that when you have people who are wounded and you can deal with them in a humane way...
I mean, Jesse, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but did you not hear anything that I just said in the last 20 minutes? Your point is that no one was martyred. Did you not hear what I said? I'm not trying to be rude to you, but like, do you guys have hearing deficiencies? I said the videos do not tell me what's going on, and the experts themselves, who are the same mainstream sources of the videos themselves, tell me that the videos have dubious elements. So they don't tell me anything. That's the point. And the CIA has admitted to staging jihadi videos. So that's the point. Why is that so difficult for you? So you're saying nothing happened. You're saying there's no such thing as jihadis. You're saying that everything is fake. You're saying that everything is staged. Did I say that? Like what? How do you people not compute the obvious, clear, precise points that I'm making? By the way, 300 likes out of 1,300 live. Come on, y'all. If you're enjoying what we're talking about, give me a like. So let's play the head of the former head of the Mossad explaining why Israel helps ISIS and Al-Qaeda and not Hezbollah.
The considerations as to whether to take them in are not simply whether it's politically useful or whether it's politically
So it's purely
contributory.
humanitarian, you say. So there's no tactical or political strategic...
I didn't say there's no tactical. I said the main consideration, the immediate consideration is humane.
But the tactical issues involved, I mean, you know better than me the phrase blowback. You don't think there's going to be blowback against Israel if you get into bed with a group like Nusra Front?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be blowback.
Why?
Because
Did you hear that? Did he deny the alliance there? No. He just said there won't be blowback. Because ever since Viktor Ostrovsky's days, they talk about this alliance. You ignorant goobers.
I think that unfortunately the rules of the game in Syria are such that you can do anything that is not possible to be done anywhere else.
Yeah, I think people said that in Afghanistan.
So the rules of the game allow an alliance between Israel and Al-Qaeda, al-Nusra, ISIS, to topple Assad, because as Viktor Ostrovsky says clear as day, the Israeli perspective, which from a strategic vantage point makes sense, would rather have destabilized surrounding countries. It's very clear. And that's what the Yanon plan says as well. They'd rather have a destabilized situation in the surrounding countries rather than a, say, secular, PLO situation or a secular or an industrialized, modernized situation like under Assad. It's very obvious, very clear why they do that. Now, we have people in my chat are so stupid, not my listeners, but people who are new here, that when I explain to them the logic of Israel's attitude, they think I'm an Israeli. And it's like talking to children. You guys are like children. And it's no wonder that you act like foaming goobers when you can't even have a rational conversation. You guys are like the Muslims, that when you ask them to repeat a hypothetical, they can't do it.
Done too. Would you also treat Hezbollah fighters?
No, I would not treat...
Have you not just contradicted what you told me 60 seconds ago about humanely treating your enemies?
No. I think as far as Hezbollah fighters are concerned, with them we have a different account.
So let me be clear, you're happy to treat Al-Qaeda fighters, but not Hezbollah fighters?
We have a different account with Hezbollah, a totally different account, because Hezbollah has carried out the type of actions against us which preclude us from going into what the Al-Qaeda has done. Al-Qaeda, to the best of my recollection, has up to now not attacked Israel.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, you say...
Al-Qaeda has never attacked Israel. I wonder why that is. I wonder if that might be because of Western CIA support for Al-Qaeda. As probably, again, and Israeli support, as this whole video shows you. Like, no, Nick Fuentes is not the only one who's actually put this together. I was writing on this in 2014 before Nick knew any of this stuff. So that's not true. I mean, do you want me to show you my 2014 article where I talked about all this stuff? I was writing with 21st Century Wire about their attempts to topple Assad before Nick Fuentes was even a thing. You guys are ignorant. I've been talking about this before any of you knew me. Many of you were in your diapers. Many of you were not even on the internet doing anything. Let's go to my article from 2014. Nick Fuentes was not talking about this before me. 2014, September 7th. What do I talk about in this critique? Oh, what's this? USAID. Who was calling out USAID in 2014, goobers? Me, right here. You just learned about USAID with Elon and all this stuff. I was critiquing it right here because the guy in the ISIS video was from USAID. A cutout. 2014. Can you read? Right here. 2014. And then what do I talk about? USAID in Ukraine. IMF, World Bank. I talked about the staged bin Laden videos, quoting the article I just showed you from the Washington Post. In 2014, I talked about the British imperial strategy and the West aiding and funding ISIS. And the West includes Israel. And I've got old New York Times articles, too, that I'm going to roll out in the debate that is not going to go well for apostate prophet. Cholskian 7A's. What would you say if a Protestant asked you, did Jesus eat himself when he broke bread and wine? It's a mystical supper. It's not a carnal eating of flesh and blood. We say in the liturgy, this rational and noetic sacrifice. Epstein wrote company $5. Nick supports you, as do Groypers. I'm not fighting with Nick. I'm disagreeing with the point that I wasn't talking about and putting these pieces together 11 years ago. Now, I didn't get everything right, okay? In 11 years ago, let me give you an example. I didn't know a lot about Islam. There's a lot of Islamic stuff I wasn't aware of. But I began in 2012, 13, 14, reading F. William Engdahl, Full Spectrum Dominance. I began reading, I read Ostrovsky's History of Mossad thing back then, but I didn't really understand a lot of it. It was over my head. I read Dreyfus's book, Devil's Game. I read Mark Curtis's book, Secret Affairs. These are like 300, 400, 500 page books on the geopolitics in question. Now, for several years, I wrote for 21st Century Wire with Patrick Henningsen. That whole outlet is designed and about critiquing Western geopolitical stances, including Israel, including America, including the CIA. And you can find my old articles over here from back from 2014. I think I started writing with them in 2014. And now a lot of my articles were movie reviews over here, but many of them were actually geopolitical takes too. For example, right here from even just a year ago, here's a critique of Christian dispensationalism with Patrick. Here's a critique of Gladio from 2 years ago. We talk about the Ukraine schism right here from 2 years ago. Ukraine schism again from 2 years ago. Critique of Soros, 2019. This is a bunch of media critiques, Hollywood stuff. But if you go back far enough, you will find critiques of geopolitical events too. Now, not everything that I wrote 9 or 10, 11 years ago do I necessarily automatically agree with. I would be a lot more, look, here we go, 2015, elites bankrolling feminism. Here's a geopolitical critique of IS, Chris Kyle, and Saudi support for that. Critiquing a lot of these so-called TERROR events, all the way back to here. So I'll tell you, did I get everything right? No, I didn't get everything right because I was new to geopolitics in I started reading geopolitical stuff in the 2000s, but it was very low tier. I started getting more serious about it and the topics probably about 2010, 11, 12, when I was doing grad work that related to these topics. and tying it into Hollywood propaganda. So, for example, in 2015, I wrote a large article that was a chapter in one of my books. ISIS, feminists, and thugs, dupes of the foundations and think tanks. Here's a long article on all this. I probably talked about USAID in here. I talked about that a lot of this stuff was fake and gray. I talked about, look at this, Gene Sharp color revolutions. I was writing about it 10 years ago. How's that? Is that good enough for you? Now, again, I don't know what happened with the cops, but I'm skeptical of the video footage. But I don't doubt that there are radical Islamic individuals who engage in these things because it's a death cult. So I will say this, back in 2014, when I didn't know a lot about Islam and I began to read about the various Islamic sects and groups from a geopolitical perspective, I definitely saw that radical jihadi Islam is something that the West aids, funds, and supports. That does not mean that there was never radical Islam prior to British intelligence and the CIA. I never said that. But it's a British imperial strategy that we've covered many times now to align with the more radical strands of Islam. It doesn't mean I like the other Islams, but not every branch or strand is faithful to their text. Just like not every Christian is faithful to the Christian text. Secular Muslims or, Assad regime, that was not a radical Islamic regime. I believe that the Shia are an insane cult, but I also think that the Shia are in some sense a controlled, tolerated, managed dialectic in the Middle East, such that the U.S. will give money to Israel and to Iran. And I don't think that Israel is really that worried about Iran. I think they are effective enough in their intelligence, in their operations, that Iran is not an actual threat. Now, some of the Hezbollah, rockets and missiles or whatever that do get launched, or the Hamas rockets and missiles that get launched, they really do hurt people, and that happens. But what I'm saying is that I don't believe that Israel's approach to that region sees itself I don't think that they see these things as the threat that the Western media portrays them as. So they're there as a justification for things like the Yangon Plan. And the Yangon Plan from the Israeli perspective makes sense. It's that simple. And when I say that, people lose their mind. Oh, you're a Zionist operative. I'm literally just pointing out the strategic perspective from their side. This is why the Mossad funds the Catholics. Did you hear me? Funds and arms Catholics in Lebanon. At least they used to. I'm not sure about the current status of that. Did you know that Israel and the CIA and the Mossad armed and funded the Phalangists? That's the Maronite fighters in Lebanon. Likewise, the Yangon Plan said that ideally what Israel would prefer is a Coptic state in Egypt. Did you hear me? Israel and the Mossad would have preferred a Coptic state in Egypt. That's the Yangon Plan. Because that they felt would have been easier and better and more amenable to them than a Muslim Brotherhood Egyptian state. It's all in the Yangon Plan. We covered it like 2 nights ago. And again, a lot of that makes strategic sense from the Israeli perspective. So I don't understand why people lose their mind over this stuff when it's not that hard to figure out. It's all pretty common sense and obvious. Just like the Mossad had said, yeah, we would rather aid al-Nusra and al-Qaeda in Syria rather than trying to aid or help anybody Hezbollah. It makes perfect sense. Of course. So if anybody has a question on that topic, they want to call in. I don't care. Here's I don't see any Coptics who've stepped up who are upset about this. What's up, Snack?
Hello. Yeah, I wanted to comment on that because I think everybody's getting mad on this issue because a lot of us are used to speaking about theology and things like this, and it's not real politics. And for example, I'm thinking about AP. Like, coming from his perspective, before anything else, he hates Islam. So he sees that when the entire Middle East coalesces, at least in words, condemning Israel, and Israel being more in line with Western value and the economic system and all that, a lot of people have continuum and think, but wait, Islam hates them. They cannot be founding IS. But in terms of this kind of organization, what people need to remember is that usually it's short term and it's not ideological. The biggest TERR organization in the world was in India. They were communists and they were being funded by Pakistan. So the same thing like during World War One. It's the German Empire, the more autocratic state that freed Lenin. So it doesn't matter to have ideological continuity in this kind of
Exactly.
Actually, so sometimes a nation will even see their ideological enemy as more dangerous and unleash them into their enemies.
Exactly.
So I think that's a key point, and thus we're used to speaking about theology and morals and things like this. We tend to forget that in real politics, that's not how it works. It's just destabilization, and it's short term usually.
Yes, exactly. Here, for example, is Miles Copeland, the famous CIA operative, who, when we lectured through his Game of Nations, he talks about both his time working under, I think it was Assad's dad in Syria, and then he moved to Egypt during the Cold War and worked with Nasser. And he pointed out that, for example, Nasserism was and is beyond our understanding with its synonymity with TERROR. Americans don't like TERR, although it plays an essential part in the West's own operations against recalcitrant Afro-Asian leaders. We conceal this fact. So TERROR, according to Miles Copeland right there. And there's another quote right here, too, by the way, from the same book, that, quote, TERR are very useful to us because they are a beautifully expendable tool. So there is one of the most famous CIA operative consultants to both the Assad senior government and the Nasser government during the Cold War, admitting that we can utilize this TERROR weapon whenever we need it because these idiots are expendable, and it's very useful for political control. So here's high-level stuff, high-level operatives. These are just a sampling. You realize I've got like stacks of the same stuff. And so Snack is absolutely right that when it comes to realpolitik, it's not ideologically driven. But people who are used to theological debates, they think of everything as kind of apologetically, ideologically driven, and that people are striving to be consistent. From the vantage point of the state, it's power driven, not consistency driven. Anything else you want to say, Snack?
I say exactly, like if you plan to expand, like if these people are expendable, then it's even better if they're not following your opinion. Actually, you'd want them to be destroyed. And every time it came to bite Americans back in the years, it's a group that they thought would disband or be expanded. Like that's what happened with Al Qaeda.
Yeah. Now, in the case of skepticism, back in 2014, I was overly skeptical because I had not read a lot on Islam. So I didn't really know what to believe and not to believe about Islam because I had not yet delved into the Quran. I had not yet read a lot of the texts. Fast forward, 11 years later, now that I've gotten pretty deep into Islamic stuff, I've read a lot of their texts, been in multiple debates. It's pretty obvious. I mean, you see Muhammad Hijab will go on here and make a video basically calling for jihad. So no, I don't think it's all fake. I don't think that there are no jihadis. I don't think this would work if there weren't jihadis. How would you topple Assad without actually having jihadis fighting for you? So yeah, and I can keep going with countless books and references and citations, but thank you, Sneck, for that comment. I think, yeah, that hits the nail on the head. It's like geopolitics is not about ideology. Ideologies are tools. They're techniques in geopolitics. Dula Bhatti. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. Thanks for having me on. I just had not exactly, I wouldn't say like pushback, but just wanted to like point out a nuance kind of.
Go ahead.
Like, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't mind being corrected. I mean, I've learned more about Islam since 2014.
Yeah. So I kind of grew up like in that, not exactly that region, but like South, like Pakistan, and grew up as a Christian. So from outside perspective too.
Okay.
First, like you were saying, like of course, like you either any kind of outside party, either at the CIA or Mossad, they do support these groups like for their geopolitical gains. But I mean but I would say is like that kind of animosity towards like other groups, like either like in Pakistan, for example, against Christians or Hindus, are always already existing.
No. Okay, so again, real quick, just like when I went on Sam Tripoli's podcast to talk about British intelligence using, quote, radical Islam, there were people in the comments who took me to be saying that radical Islam didn't exist until British intelligence. I'm not saying that at all. I'm well aware that the Muslims imprisoned and tortured Orthodox Christians, even Roman Catholic Latins. I mean, King Louis was imprisoned by the Muslims. St. Gregory Palamas was imprisoned by the Muslims. No, I am very aware of a centuries-long warfare battle that has gone on, and I'm not saying that the West invented radical Islam. That is a liberal narrative that is false. By the way, in 2014, I might have thought that, right? I knew enough about Islam to think, well, they had wars and stuff prior to the British Empire, so it doesn't make sense to say that British intelligence invented radical Islam. British intelligence aided Wahhabism and Salafism to come to power, and British intelligence aided in the Cold War, or after World War II, they aided the Muslim Brotherhood for various reasons. But that does not mean that they, quote, created radical Islam, and I've never thought that.
Yeah, that's what I was. I mean, I'm not saying exactly that you are saying that it's totally invented, but kind of like wanted to point that nuance out that yeah, I mean they do support it, but it's that element like is there. Not even just is there. It's pretty prominent too. A lot of times what they do is like they try to put a good face on, like for like even look at Syria now, right? You have the government the ISIS government took over. He tries to put on a good face, and he invites all the Orthodox like priests and stuff and does a photo op. But in the rural areas, while he's making all these like good comments, he knows what's happening in the rural areas, and it is happening with his consent. Like they're being killed, or so that's kind of like. And I guess like and leading on to the second point, I kind of wanted to bring that up too. Kind of like my experience, and then what I've seen. Shias are actually a little bit more moderate and are able to be agreed with, kind of, at least from what I
think the reason for that is that the Shia are Neoplatonic in their system and in their philosophy, and they have a tendency towards perennialism. And if you look at the way that Dr. Khalil, for example, argues for Shia stuff, it's very ecumenist minded, at least for Islam, right? It's very ecumenist. So I don't doubt that the Shia are more tolerant.
Yeah, and then they're mostly like liberal too. Like if you go to any even any like Sunni country, like Sunni majority country, which has like a sizable Shia population, if you look at their like media or anything like that, or people who are in music or arts and entertainment, most of the time it will be like Shias will be like in music or arts or entertainment and stuff. They will like have like own the media too to a certain point. Even though they do get persecuted too. Like for example, countries like Pakistan, they do get targeted sometimes. But so that element is there too. Yeah. So from my, I would rather, if as a Christian country like me now being an American, like I would rather deal with, I don't know, with Shias than actually Sunnis. Though they do put a good face, but they know exactly what's happening. And like even in Egypt, they're supposed to be our allies. But yeah, I mean, Sisi does a pretty okay job. He says like protecting Christians, but he knows like there's Christian girls being kidnapped,
Right.
converted forcibly, and he knows that he can correct that anytime he wants. But it's just like it's led to like fester underneath.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and again too, it's not just quote Western intelligence. I mean, think about the Saudis. I mean, the Saudis played a key role in the Big 9 event. So the way I believe this works is that you can have people in the Western superstructure who utilize proxies like Saudis, like happened on the Big 9 event, and their operatives and their people are more than willing to go and engage in these kinds of terror events because they're in a nation state, they're in an ideology that can call upon them to engage in jihad at a whim.
I remember you mentioning something like the Pakistan angle too with 9/11.
Yeah, no, we can't go too deep into this on YouTube, but yes, there is. You can look up Burmes's clips with Biden, and the key figure here, believe it or not, is actually Biden, because Biden went and met with General Mahmoud, and over $100,000 was wired to Pakistani intelligence the few days before the Big 9 event. So we probably can't talk about much more than that over here on YouTube, but I will show you, if you would like to pull it up, I'll show you where it is, and it's Burmese Biden. I think he talks about, it's like Biden and 9/11. And he just plays the actual clips of Biden talking about what he did, and then Biden contradicting himself because actually Luke Rudkowski confronted Biden on this, and Biden contradicted himself. Let's see, he's got 1 million videos on here.
Yeah, while you pull that,
go ahead.
There's also like a Iran-Contra angle too, with like a Pakistani bank rule, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
I think it's this video here. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Yep. So here's a 20-minute video of Burmese where he goes into playing the clips of Biden. Yeah, this is it. Biden actually talked because Biden was on the Senate head of the Foreign Relations Intelligence Committee at the time.
To show you how important this really is.
The Pakistani operation was led by General Mahmoud Ahmed, then the ISI chief. Intelligence analysts say that the members of the ISI were close to Al-Qaeda before and after 9/11. Ahmed was accused of sanctioning a $100,000 wire payment to Muhammad Ali, one of the 9/11 hijackers.
And Biden directly met with and knew about all this before the event. That's a huge smoking gun, and that's why Burmese constantly focuses on this, especially when Biden became president. In fact, they probably awarded Biden with presidency or at least help getting him in there because of this stuff, you see. So you can go watch the video. I'm not going to play much more than that because I don't think I can get away with it over here, but there you go.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Jay.
Mm-hmm. I have eye floaters. Jesse, did you say that there's some? That's not what the orbs are. The orbs are like dust particles, because you can see videos where you can see the dust particles floating around. I mean, orbs is like, they're not orbs. It's cameras catching dust particles. When I bought my first digital camera in like 2012 or 13, I went outside and took pictures at night, and it would just be picking up the dust particles in the air. There's no orbs flying around. That's ridiculous. And anybody who's done any like camera work or has like, decent expensive cameras can tell you what that is. Rally Core, what's up? By the way, this video also emerged around the same time as 2014, 2015. Or it's a brief clip, and nobody exactly knows what this is or where it's from. It could be a scene from a movie, as Paul Joseph Watson mentions in this video. But it also was purported to be leaked from a John McCain staffer's cell phone. Whether we know that, whether that's true or not, we don't know. But one thing that makes me think there is some credence to this is that when it came out, the entire Western media claimed that Russian hackers staged it, which to me makes me think that the Western media saying that means it might be legit because they wanted to debunk it. So you can go watch Paul Joseph Watson's video, and in the video, Watson discusses like 3 or 4 scenarios as to what might be the case in this 2014 or 15 leaked video. Okay, here's what Watson says. He says, here are the possibilities. It could have been created by, conspiracy-minded people to create an internet buzz. It could have been put out by, quote, Russian hackers to demonstrate Western support or to muddy the waters. Or it could have actually been taken from a production or a drama relating to ISIS in a Hollywood situation, or it could have actually been from John McCain's staffer or whatever. And there could be other possibilities too. Maybe it was somebody hacked somebody and leaked it on the internet too, who wanted to damage McCain or the West. I mean, there's a lot of different possibilities, so we just don't know. O'Brien's kayak, $5. I thought I saw an orb, but it was just somebody's head. Okay, well, we're gonna move on. Y'all can continue making the orb jokes all you want, but I'm moving on from all that stupid stuff. What's up, Rally? What's on your mind?
Hey, Jay, I had a question about Coptics, because I have a Coptic friend, and he says that the reason that he and most Coptics reject Chalcedon is this weird political issue, and I didn't know if he was just twisting the history or just making it up. But he said that the reason they reject Chalcedon has nothing to do with Christology, but that the whole church universally rejected it originally. And then, so the Coptics then rejected it.
How would the whole church have rejected it when you have representatives of East and West there accepting it? That seems to be preposterous.
Yeah, and then he said once the Coptics rejected it, then everyone suddenly accepted it, set up a parallel jurisdiction, and then anathematized all the Coptics in kind of like this backhanded, like paranoid, like conspiracy to get all the Coptics out of the church for some reason. And that, to me, that sounded completely ridiculous.
Well, if you look at the later complaints, they complain about the imperial motives to destroy Copts. They make it into a geopolitical conspiracy. Ironically, they're saying that I'm an insane conspiracy person. But if you look at the Coptic descriptions of Saint Justinian in the Fifth Council, they argue that Justinian's trying to get rid of all the Copts, and the empire was the enemy of the Copts and all this stuff. Which, wait a minute, I thought you weren't conspiracy theorists. What's up, Snake?
Big rally cut off. Is it still here?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that saying that Chalcedon is political usually doesn't do a lot of good from the Coptic side, because they accept Ephesus. Ephesus is way more political, and there was like a slap of hand used by Saint Cyril there. And if it was a measure of lack of imperial goodwill towards them, I think if you look at the canon, the last canon literally says, "Hey, we respect the Egyptian custom. So maybe elect your patriarch first, and then you can sign." So the patriarch.
Oh, that's a good point, right? The reason that Leo doesn't like Canon 28 is that he feels like it violates the canonical privileges of Alexandria. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and also there's the first one to say that Saint Justinian swung back towards them afterwards
Right.
at Constantinople too. So lack of imperial goodwill, I don't think is a really good argument. And also, they turn it into something nationalistic because now they're a minority and they need to display their ethnicity through their religion. But at the time of Cyril and all that, they're all speaking Greek. Like it's
Oh, yeah.
and they're feeling Roman. And again, like lack of imperial goodwill, I don't think is can be seen as a good argument there. Especially when they accept what's come before, especially when they are sympathetic to Justinian and the attempts that were given to them after, and especially when after the Alexandrian Patriarch was deposed, there were attempts for them to re-establish one and then have him sign.
Yeah, and a lot of cops will admit, as we've heard them when they, and Orientals, when they come on streams to chat, a lot of them will admit that the theology of the Fifth Council is fine, right? By the way, Ubi sent me this, which I didn't realize was online. So this is a link to, this is chapter 3 of Father Dvornik's classic text, a very famous Uniate scholar that we've referred to many times. And I noticed that in Dvornik's chapter on Leo, he discusses the or Canon 28 and exactly what we said. Oh, come on. So let me show you this quote here.
I'd also like to add really quick that there were several imperial attempts later on. So the Acacian Schism was caused by the emperor publishing the Enoticon, so another text that wanted to form a middle ground union with them. And it caused a lot of trouble inside the Orthodox Church, even in Rome, because there was a pope who accepted communion with one of them, and it was set aside later, removed from the diptychs and whatever. So it caused a lot of trouble. And ironically, a lot of people would try to say that schism were political. Usually miss the point that most reunions were political and schism are actually motivated by hardcore theologians.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point too. Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to find, let's see. I just read it a couple nights ago. I'm trying to find it here.
So usually the emperor wants a union, and the monks and the bishops tend to be against it.
I can't even read this. All right.
Yeah, so about Canon 28, Leo, I think it's in letter 101. I mean, it's in the 100 something. And he had canons of Nicaea. He had a larger collection called the Arabic canons, but also the other one. And of course, he said that the canons of Nicaea are irreformable, meaning that he had an even higher canonical view of what we would have, because we say that there's a pentarchy, because we follow Canon 6 of Nicaea, not to the letter, but in the spirit. We have several patriarchs with several jurisdictions. So actually, Leo had an even higher view of the Canon of Nicaea and believed them to be irreformable, even above his own power, which means that he's not supreme, by the way.
Dang it. All right, here we go. Here we go. So even after Leo, when Pope Gelasius repudiated the canon of Chalcedon 28, the infamous Canon 28, which was already in Constantinople I, by the way. What is the reading? He rejected the thesis that Constantinople had the right to special privileges because it was the imperial city. There you go. Because it violated, they argued, the canonical privileges of Nicaea to Antioch and Alexandria. So there's Father Francis Dvornik admitting our point as well. Sam, what's up, man? Sam, what's up? I'm mute.
Hey Jay, how are you doing today?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
So I got into a space last night, and unbeknownst to me, I was speaking with some rabbinical Jews, and I got into the topic of free will and such. So I did a bit of digging into it, and I've been trying to understand how their exercise of will, being outside of time, differs from our like gnomic, deliberate freedom. From what I read just recently, the fathers talk about angels making a single eternal choice. And I'm trying to wrap my head around how that fits in passages like Job 1, where Satan still appears in the divine council, compared to Revelation 12, where he's cast out. And I've also come across some rabbinic and Islamic critiques that seem to assume angels need the Torah or repentance if they had real agency. But that doesn't really seem to line up with how, tradition talks about fixed will and eternity. And I'm wondering your opinion
It's
on
outside of time, and so it doesn't mean that there's not events happening. We just don't know how to conceive of them. So even if Satan is cast out in the sense of like being a son of God, it doesn't mean that he can't be present or that he can't speak to God. Because, it's not necessarily spatial locations. It's like admittance to a dimension or something. I don't know how to describe it. Like, Satan has his own dimension, you could say, which is Hades, and then Jesus goes into Hades. There's nothing that necessarily prevents Satan from being amongst the sons of God, even though he's cast out of heaven, because heaven can be on earth, right, during the divine liturgy. So what prevents an angelic being from being in the presence of the sons of God, even if he's, quote, not in heaven? So we have to not think about these things in sequential and spatial locations because they're outside of time and space.
Okay, yeah, and then also just...
I don't know what... rabbinical people don't have any conception of gnomic will. You're speaking a foreign language to them, so I don't even know how that would translate into their conception of willing, and I don't know what it means that angels need repentance. That's weird. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and then just to finish it up, I wanted to see how maybe all this connects into how the saints are going to fill the position of the fallen angels in the divine council. I'm just a little bit confused about that.
1/3 of the angels fell according to the book of Revelation, so it's a host of innumerable multitude, and then the saints fulfill those spots. So what's unclear?
No, just in terms of like the how they're already cast down, but they're still participating in the divine council. And of course, this is probably just because it's outside of our understanding of time. I just, see if you had any insight on that.
Well, I don't know that. You could say maybe in one text in 2 Kings, they're allowed to do certain things. So the avenging angels in Exodus and the Passover, the avenging angels are allowed to do certain things. But I don't know that means that they're all part of the divine council. As far as I can tell, only Job allows, Satan to still meet and talk and interact in that way. So, but I don't know that the rest of the demons are allowed that.
Okay. I'm going to keep on looking into it, and thank you for letting me get up and speak, man.
Yeah, sure. I would also say that, when it comes to this kind of stuff, like, we are told way less than we are told, right? There's a lot more that we don't know than we do know about this kind of stuff. But guys, let's keep it to the topic. Today, the topics are listed. It's more of a geopolitical discussion. It's not angelology day, but what's up, Meister? What's up, man?
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Hey, I was just wondering, I listened to a live from you, I think yesterday, and you was talking about a book when you go into fasting, that a priest write, that demons manifest and stuff like that. I was just wondering the name of the book.
A priest wrote about demons manifesting? I don't remember referencing.
Yeah,
I don't remember referencing anything like that. What? Can you be more specific?
It was was some talk that you had. You mentioned that Father Ananias knew a priest that was doing exorcism, and
You must be talking about a stream from a long time ago, because I don't remember talking about it.
I think it was the interview you did recently about the ancient buildings and Nephilim. I might be mistaken, but you went into something, and the guy asked you about all the church fathers literally wrestling with demons.
Well, I mean, there's monastic literature that deals with that. I think it's
St. John Bosco's spiritual meadow has this imagery.
That's it.
So he enters an arena and demons. I mean, Ethiopians, but in this kind of spiritual literature, it's equivalent terms. And
Yes.
it's about fighting them, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably what it was that we were talking about. New Gunner, what's up, man? You gotta unmute. All right, well, if you don't have your mic permissions turned on, it doesn't let me add you. Thunder? What are your thoughts on QAnon? It's completely stupid, and I rebuked it. I'm joking. I critiqued it day one. What's up, man? Unmute. Thunder.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's up?
I want to talk about Israel. May I?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't violate terms of service.
Okay, I'm from Iran. Right now, I live in Iran. I don't understand why you Americans my English isn't good enough. I try my best to talk. Why do you talk so much negative about Israel? Do you understand if Israel loses its power and influence in the region, the Islamic regime of Iran gets bigger, gets stronger? Right now, your number one enemy in the world isn't ISIS or Al-Qaeda, it's Iran's Islamic regime. I myself, as an ex-Shia Muslim, I'm telling you, you guys keep talking about Islamic regime is moderate.
Did you listen to any of the previous discussion today?
Yes.
Okay, what did I say about Iran and Shias?
I think you said you agreed with the solid guy. He said Iran Shia Muslim is more moderate, is more chill.
I agree with that guy's point about their attitude towards Christianity in other places. But I said Shia Islam is an insane cult.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. 100 agreed. That's it. Last night I was listening to Tim Dillon. Do you know him?
I don't know him personally, but I know of his.
He's a comedian.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
American
Right.
comedian.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Very well-known comedian. He was talking about negative about Israel and why Israel defended itself against Hamas. It's crazy how I see students in your country defend Hamas, defend Palestinians. I don't get it.
I don't. Again, I've said that neither side is good guy, bad guy in this discussion. I've said that many, many, many times. So you guys always get caught up in the dialectics of good guy, bad guy, when I have Victor Ostrovsky's book where he says that Israel created Hamas.
It's crazy when you say things like this.
Okay, so I mean, have you read Victor Ostrovsky's book?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, so you've not read the former Mossad guy saying that Israel created Hamas.
There are how many Islamic states?
Did you hear what I said? So this is what you guys do. You guys cannot follow an argument and you allow for no nuance. You're like 12-year-olds. It's like arguing with a 13-year-old. Why can you not listen to what I just said? You just admitted you've never read the book. You don't know who Viktor Ostrovsky is. Why do you just blow past what I said?
Okay.
Do you want me to read you the quote?
No.
Oh, you don't want me to read your quote? Interesting.
I want to tell you last things. Sam Shamoun on his last stream praised you very much, and he said you are a genius. I hope you.
Okay, well that's going to last about 5 minutes until he flips and says I'm son of Satan again. Okay, let's read this together. So everybody pay attention. Can you read what Viktor Ostrovsky says right here? Screenshot it. Everybody read it, because I know nobody's going to actually go get the book. I'm the only one that's going to actually read you the book. Okay, screenshot that right there. Slow boys, can you read? You're not allowed to have nuanced, studied positions. You're only allowed to have some extreme either-or position. Let me read it for you. Former Mossad famous operative Viktor Ostrovsky says, supporting the radical elements of the Muslim fundamentalist sat well with Mossad's general plan for the entire region around Israel. An Arab world run by fundamentalists would not be a party to any negotiations with the West. Thus, Israel would be the only democratic, rational country in the region. If Mossad could arrange for Hamas to take over the Palestinian streets from the PLO, the entire picture would be complete. That in itself was a legitimate part of the game, but once Mossad began trying to undermine the fiber of Egyptian society by supporting fundamentalists in Egypt, Muslim Brotherhood. Can anyone read or understand basic nuance in this topic? And if you just listen to the elites of Israel themselves explain their logic, it actually makes sense why they would do this. Now, I know a lot of you are 80 IQ, and you hear me say that it makes sense that they would do that, and you're so dumb and you're so inflamed with emotions that you can't tell that I'm saying that that's the strategic vantage point that they would do. You think that that's me saying I'm on their payroll. This is how dumb you guys are. Like, this is why you guys get used. All of you radical Middle Eastern peoples, because you can't control your emotions. You can't listen to rational argumentation. That's why Mossad, who are smarter than most of you guys, can dupe you with their pager trick. I mean, how dumb were the Hezbollah people to not even look into the company providing them the pagers? When Viktor Ostrovsky, in his book, did nobody at Hezbollah read Viktor Ostrovsky's other book where he says Israel creates cutout tech companies and sells faulty intelligence to Iran and Hezbollah? He actually says it in the book. And then, what's his name? Nasrallah and all those guys didn't even check where they got their pagers from. And who the hell's still using pagers? Like, what is this? Sir Mix-a-Lot? Beepers, right? Is this 1988 rap game? We're going to start using pagers? I mean, like, what else can I say? By the way, there's other sections in the book where it says it. Now, in the first book, he doesn't explicitly mention Hamas. He just kind of hints at other groups would be preferable because they didn't like the PLO. And that doesn't mean I care about the PLO. But he says that they didn't want a stabilizing force. Let me read you this. This is another page in The Other Side of Deception. As long as it was political, it was fine. We were plunging headlong into this shit. They've decided that it's time to destabilize Jordan. We wanted civil anarchy. How would we destabilize it? For example, a high influx of counterfeit currencies could cause a distrust in the market. If arming religious fundamentalist elements like Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood, assassinating leading figures, which are symbols of stability, would cause riots, and then in the universities we would force the governments to respond with harsh measures to lose popularity. I've heard about that. Wasn't Mossad running weapons to the Egyptian fundamentalists through Afghanistan? That's correct. That's correct. You illiterate people want you to show me again what he says? That's correct. Can you read? So the vantage point that I take is a bird's eye objective view, trying to look at the mindset of both positions. And I don't fall into ADIQ good guy, bad guy. I'm sorry. I know you want me to fall into ADIQ good guy, bad guy, but I'm just looking at the bird's eye view of what happened. And we did a whole breakdown of, so now wait a minute, let's take the logic, let's take a trad cat logic here. Okay. Trad cats hate everything Israeli. Well, now wait a minute. Would that mean that all of the trad cats and the Maronites in Lebanon are bad, since it's publicly known that the Mossad trained and armed the Maronites in Lebanon? Oh, that doesn't fit my easy good guy, bad guy narrative, does it? All you Coptic goobers, what do we see about the Yanon plan? Let's look it up again. What did Yanon write about the plan for the Coptics was? What was the Yanon plan in Egypt? Yanon thought that the 1978 Camp David Accords, I'll have to make this bigger so people can read it. I guess if you can. A lot of you people are illiterate. You don't even read this stuff. But you fuss about it all day. Let's see what it says. Egypt. Can we read? Can you guys read that? Public information. The 1978 Camp David Accords, peace agreement signed by Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, were believed by the Yanon plan to be mistaken. Now, Yanon is writing for Ariel Sharon, right? And Sharon was himself in Mossad. So keep that in mind. One of Israel's aims for the 1980s would be, Yanon claimed, the dismemberment of Egypt, a country described as a corpse, in order to establish the status quo ante, while Israel would control Sinai Peninsula. Yanon hoped to see the formation of a Coptic Christian state on Egypt's northern border. Oh, I guess now all the cops are Mossad operatives. You see how stupid this stuff is. And all the Catholic Maronites in the Phalangist movement, oh, I guess they're all Mossad operatives now. So everybody approaches this like they're 15-year-olds with the most childish nonsense. And I sit here trying to understand this from an objective perspective, and everybody just loses their mind at me. When I would say I'm like the most detached and not attached to good guy, bad guy in this situation. Why do I do that? Because I want to understand this from the vantage point of how, this is what we try to do on my channel. Instead of getting caught up in low-tier emotional battles, I want to think about this the way that an intelligence analyst would think about it. And that's what we try to tell you guys to do. That's the proper approach here, the best approach. Rather than getting all caught up in propaganda, how would somebody who, say, works at the CIA or works at Russian intelligence or works at Israel's Mossad, how would they look at these things to try to understand and gauge the situation from a bird's eye objective perspective, not getting caught up in propaganda? But most of you guys aren't able to do that. And that's what we try to do on my channel, is step above the emotional nonsense. When AP came to my Twitter space to debate Christian Zionism, what did we debate? He wanted to go into the British mandate and the who had the right to the land. And what did I say? I said that I don't blame the Jews nor the Palestinians, because the British imperial situation intentionally caused and set up a powder keg. It's not anybody's fault nowadays who lives there for what their great-great-great-grandparents did. But I do think that whether it's Jews or Arabs, a lot of those people groups, they have a tendency to want to blame everyone's descendants. And we simply don't do that. I'm not guilty for what my granddad did. You're not guilty for what your granddad did. But in these kinds of cultures, there is a vendetta mindset that, no, you are guilty for what your great-great-great-granddad did. Bill, what's up?
Hi, Jay.
Hey.
I have a question I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. It's geopolitical and has to do with Protestant Reformation. It's just a theory I have, and I want to bounce it off you very quickly, just to see if you think this is plausible, because I've never been able to find any concrete proof.
Okay.
In light of Jacques Attali's stages of the financial centers as they move from one part of Europe to another, right? There's one era where it leaves, I think it's Venice or Genoa, it leaves the Mediterranean for the last time.
Are you talking about in his Millennium book?
Yes, no, Brief History of the Future.
Okay. Well, it's in that too, but yeah, okay.
Okay, this is where I came across it. And then the financial center moves to Northern Europe for the first time. Can't remember if it was in Bruges or Antwerp, somewhere in the Netherlands.
Okay, what's the question? Are you there? You cut out if you're there.
Sorry, Jay. Where was the last thing you heard from me?
Antwerp.
Okay. Yeah, so then we have the Protestant Reformation take place. Now, do you think it's possible, ultimately, that the Protestant Reformation was perhaps some kind of geopolitical psyop, for lack of a better term, in order to fragment what was Western Christendom and very powerful aspect of European society and the influence that the Vatican and the Catholic Church had, perhaps to wrestle away certain...
I know I've talked about many times that the influence of the German princes was absolutely essential to Luther's Reformation. If Luther had not had the German princes on his side, that never would have happened. And the reason he got them on his side was because they resented the papal encroachments. Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any written texts or any historical sources that document that, or is this something you kind of see happening?
Well, there was a book I read in my I can't remember if it was an undergrad or grad class on history, but I think it was my undergrad European history class. We had a book that covered the revolutions of that period, and it went into the German princes' support of Luther, but it wasn't positing any kind of conspiracy theory. It was just pointing out that their motivations were just simply, there was too much papal power.
Yeah.
I that book is at my other place, and I don't remember the title of it. It's something like Modern Europe. It covers the 70 Years' War or whatever. I don't remember the title of that. Or excuse me, 30 Years' War. Whatever it is. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Just looking at this whole story, or the mainstream story of, he 95 theses and he nailed them to a door. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's maybe the story for the masses.
Yeah, that's like a propaganda kind of story.
Yeah.
Let me see. This is more like it's a college textbook. Let's see if we can find a.
Yeah, it'd be great just to delve into that, because that would really get a lot of light into why the Reformation took place. And it would make sense from a purely geopolitical perspective in terms of power playing and how...
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. I don't see the... I can see the cover of the book. It's a black cover, and it has a specific, date on it, like in this, what period it's covering. But that's a textbook that I was using 15 years ago. So you'll have to call back in when I'm back at my other place, because where my main library is, I just don't have it here with me. But let's try this way. Maybe if I type in black cover, it'll come up. It's not even a big book. It's only like 150 pages. It's a little small book. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it.
Anyways, okay, yeah, don't worry about that. I just wanted to know if that was a plausible theory and just
I don't know. There probably is some perfect book written on that.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it is. I just came across it in passing in one of my history classes. Joseph, what's up? Joseph, what's up, man?
Jay, what's up, man? Hey, I got some questions for you. I have some friends of mine who, like, no matter what evidence I present them with, like, what goes on in the news, it's like they're always taking this, like you said, good guy, bad guy type of approach to politics and specifically geopolitics. Are there any books specifically, like maybe on CIA operations or anything? Like, I know you mentioned the Victor Ostrovsky book, but are there any books like that where it's like, this is clear cut, the CIA or Mossad is meddling with, you know, these foreign entities, and they're creating wars, basically. They're creating these power struggles.
Yeah, there's a lot of books. I mean, I lecture through the people from the power structure in the West themselves admitting it. So, I mean, all the Brzezinski books, I mean, the Miles Copeland book, I mean, there's plenty of books that admit it. But I think if your friends are stuck in, you know, basic bitch, good guy, bad guy dialectics, they're not going to read a book about it. But an introductory book would be Full Spectrum Dominance by F. William Engdahl. Banana Teen Emperor. A lot of these old, like, a lot of these texts, like history texts that I was using in like undergrad and grad school like 15 years ago, like a lot of these you can't find them anymore. So they're just not like there's no market for, you know, those kinds of books 15 years later. But I'll show you guys next time I'm in the other place. I'll show you the book I'm talking about where you can get into the history of the German princes. What's up?
Hey, I have a question about relics and that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be rude. You're always welcome, but like today we're not doing angels and relics. It's just like geopolitics.
It's sort of geopolitical in the context of the church, and it's not religious.
Okay.
More so. Do you know if there's any good resources regarding like what was necessarily stolen from the sack of Constantinople?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Got it.
Sorry, I wish I could be more help, but
no, it's good.
Just, I don't know much about it. Sean, what's up, man? When we went to Amalfi, we went to some churches where we saw some of the stuff that was stolen. So I've seen some of the stolen stuff in Italy, you know, firsthand, but I don't remember the details. What's up, man?
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, man. I'm from South Africa, and it's a mission to get here, man. There's a lot of people in the queue here.
What's on your mind?
No, man. I just have one question, and please, I do apologize. I just want to know when is your Philosophy 101 going on sale? I'm trying to save up to buy it. I'm really interested in stuff that you talk about, and I want to learn more about philosophy.
Philosophy 101 has been on sale for 2 years.
Also, the price that is on there right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like when is it open to the public? You mean like a discounted price?
Yes, my
Oh, I don't know. I haven't thought about. I understand it's expensive, but I put a lot of time into it. Is why it's expensive. So I haven't even thought about putting it on a discount price. I apologize. I'm not sure when. Maybe down the road eventually I will.
Okay, definitely. No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate you doing that. And I understand it is expensive, but it did take me a long time to do. So he's our guy. What's up, man?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, all right, so this definitely has a
factor in current geopolitics as it has for a while, but I've never heard you talk about this. Do you accept the official narrative of the Holocaust?
All right, so you know I'm on YouTube, so I don't know why you're calling in about that topic. Anthony, what's up? H Brazzy, $10. I'm not gonna read the spiciest of y'all super chats. People should listen to Jay versus Nick, and then I'll leave it at that. Ian Johnson, $5. My Mormon dad is coming to Easter with me. The Orthodox Church I'm trying to attend. Smega, $10. Keep up the good work. You're exposing delusional heretics. Thank you. Epstein Rope Company, $5. I was making it clear that we love you. Thank you for actually discussing the angles of this geopolitical matter. Thank you, Epstein Rope. Appreciate that. Grand Regent Thrag. I'm not bashing you. You are the only one to win a debate on certain topics. The Middle East should be talked about more. Well, you guys understand that, like, when I talk about this, it's, like I did how long was this talk? We did a 4-hour talk? 3 or 4 hour talk just on this topic. And I spent 2 weeks on this topic in a row debating Christian Zionists, which is the main issue, the main problem. So if you come over here to the members section, intelligence in the Middle East, 3-hour talk. CIA, Israel, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, Beirut. That's the movie Beirut from 2018. Here's a 3-hour talk right there. I've got books or talks on the history of Israel. It's not a members talk, but it's a public talk. So a lot of people, this is all they talk about, right? That's not all I talk about. I do a lot of different things. I write for Sam Hyde. I host the 4th Hour of Voldemort. I write books. I spent the last year writing a book at Cirque Hollywood 3. So we debate atheists. We do a lot of different things over here. We don't just talk about Middle Eastern politics, but I have talked about it a lot for over 10 years. So this idea, you don't ever talk about it. You mean the thing that I've talked about a lot for 10 years? But I'm not in the Middle East. I don't live in the Middle East. It's not my life. H. Brazzy, $5. Don't you know that all of the ISIS members are the height of the Easter Island statues? This is definitely not an edited video. I mean, I don't know what to make of the video. It's odd. Does it mean that no one was martyred or killed by ISIS? No. I don't know what it means. Let's see. I feel like I missed a super chat here. Welcome to the new members. Samuel, this is wild. Samuel says, get this, you guys. Thank you for your work. I would like to shout out 200 people were received into Orthodoxy in Great Britain by Archbishop Nikitas and Father Nephon. 200 converts in one parish in Great Britain. That's wild. Now, I've heard of, in the U.S., a lot of Orthodox churches this year had, like, I've heard of 30, 50, and I think one, maybe Father Josiah or somebody had 100, but I've never heard of 200 converts at one parish. That's crazy. Of course, the Roman Catholics will say, oh, he's making it up. It doesn't exist. There is no Orthodox that are converting. Sean Patterson, welcome. Rami Elzine, 2 Canadian. Did you watch Jeffrey Sachs's speech? I've not watched any recent speeches of him. I've seen his previous talks making his takes, and it's so crazy because, like, if you bring him up, then, like, James Lindsay and these other people, he's a leftist. So, I mean, you guys say everyone who disagrees with you is woke right. So it's just like, it's all ad hominems. It's not actually addressing anybody's actual positions. So I can listen to Jeffrey Sachs. I can listen to John Mearsheimer. I can listen to any of these people's arguments. And I can go read, I'm reading a history of the heroes of Mossad right now. That's how I learned that Ariel Sharon was in the Mossad. And that's how I learned that in that book they admit that Israel did Stuxnet. I thought everybody already knew that anyway. So you understand that I will read both sides of all these issues. I don't fall into some basic bitch. Because even if I think another position is wrong, I want to know their position inside and out. So along with reading Ostrovsky, I will also read Bar Zohar's book, Greatest Missions of the Mossad. Because I'll read both sides. I'm not so emotional that I can't look at this as objectively as possible. And by the way, I learned this. You learn this in theology debates. So why would I do this? Well, I want to know. Let's say I come to disagree with Bar Zohar's take. Well, I want to know that Victor Ostrovsky's critique of Mossad is correct and his is wrong. And I want to know what his arguments are. And so many people who try to approach these topics, it's the same in theology. Remember the famous statement of Aristotle? It is a mark of an intelligent man to be able to understand a position without accepting it. Classic Aristotelian statement. And very few people can actually do this. Very few people will actually listen to all sides of an argument or a debate. I mean, I see people are laughing in the chat here. Like, I don't know what about what I just said is unreasonable. I can't understand. Like, what do you find unreasonable about that? Allah, what's up? Tell me how that's unreasonable. I dare to read both sides of various disputes. How is that unreasonable?
Hello.
What are you laughing? So
up, dude?
You're laughing? What's funny?
Jay, can you hear me?
Yes, you're laughing emoji. So what's funny?
Jay? Oh wait, wait a sec. I got it. Hey, I hear you.
What's up?
How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
First of all, you're amazing, Jay. You're a very intelligent man. We love you. I would like to debate on faith alone.
I mean, it's not the topic today. Why are you calling in on a geopolitics day to debate faith alone? There's nothing in the title that says anything to do with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got excited. I saw you online. I was like, oh, let me call. Yeah.
It just never fails that whatever the topic is, everyone calls in on not that topic. So just call back when I'm doing open debate, man. I mean, these people never emerge when I'm doing open theology debate. And then when I do open theology debate, all the catechumens and inquirers come to ask me what the energies are and what is the canon on fasting. Anthony, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
Sweet. I am a Coptic Christian, and I wanted to touch back on what you were just saying. I mean,
Okay, sure.
I love your channel because exactly what you were saying, you really do approach every single topic with high level of objectivity and
Striving for it. I don't always achieve it. Nobody can be perfectly objective except God, but we try to strive to be as objective as possible on my channel.
yeah, it's legit. Actually, when I do speak with like other Coptic Christians at my church, I do recommend your channel to them because personally, I do think that I mean, regardless of whether, yeah, sure, perhaps no one could be perfect in that sense, but I think it's important. The way you approach things is important because it really highlights like pre-lust and spiritual delusion and certain mainstream ideas and religion.
Okay.
But I just don't understand what, like you're saying, it baffles my mind that, with Sam's comments about, for example, Muslims conquering their ancestors, even though they're Christian.
Yeah.
and your opinion about martyrdom or.
Well, let me say that what I said to another, there was a Coptic guy that I've had some good exchanges with, and he got mad and he was DMing me over this, and I think we had a fruitful conversation. But first of all, apparently Arab peoples, and maybe this is true of Coptics as well, or people in Egypt, this is something different between the way that people in the West think and maybe those cultures think. Like when the Nasrallah, when he died, the Hezbollah guy, people were saying he's a martyr. And from my vantage point as Orthodox, like, I don't understand that's not a martyrdom. So maybe in some loose sense that he quote was a quote martyr for his beliefs, but we would not accept him as a martyr in the Christian sense, nor would an Orthodox person necessarily say that the Coptics, assuming that all of that went down as the videos purport to show, are necessarily saint martyrs in our calendar. That's what I said to the guy in the DMs. I said, because I wouldn't expect that a Coptic person would automatically accept an Orthodox martyr. I don't think that they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. But it's the same with anyone who dies. Like, God can, in his own way, unite them to Christ, and I hope they're in heaven. I'm not like an eager, like, I want everybody to be in heaven. I'm not like, oh man, I hope that they get cut off from the grace of God, like some people say on the internet. No, I hope that they are in heaven, and it's entirely possible that God in his mercy can in some way unite those people extra normatively to the mystical body. It's rather that they can't be saint martyrs in our calendar any more than like Thomas Aquinas can become a honored in the Orthodox calendar, nor could some Protestant, Martin Luther, be honored in the Orthodox calendar. So, yeah, I hope that if the Coptic martyrs were martyred in the way that the video shows, I hope that they are in heaven. But I don't and can't honor them as a saint martyr any more than I could honor anyone else outside of the Orthodox faith. You're cutting out. Can you speak up? You're cutting out.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Well, so I don't understand the issue. Why would a Coptic disagree with your position on?
Well, I think the guy that got mad in the DMs thought that I was saying that I was damning all of the people that were killed, and he said, you understand that if you say this, the entire Coptic community honors those people, and so it's like you're saying we're all damned. And it's like, but I mean, you wouldn't automatically honor every Orthodox person, so
right.
And I think he just took me to be saying that like everything's fake and nobody's ever murdered by Islamic extremists, and that's not what I was saying.
Right. Yeah. That's really clear. And I mean, unfortunately, I listen to your stuff a lot, and I listen mainly because I'm interested, partially because I just want to find something to disagree with you about.
Mm-hmm.
And I review your work with my priest, my father confession, and there's not a lot of disagreement with what you say,
Well, I think that at the Fifth Council, I don't know about you guys, but many Coptics and Orientals who have called into the chat that have read on the issue, they'll typically say, we don't really have a problem with the theology of the Fifth Council. So then it becomes these other tertiary issues, which I'm not trying to minimize, but it becomes issues of, well, this happened at Chalcedon, and one guy did this and said this, and then another issue is the sainthood of Severus. So, I don't know what the answer is to all those issues, but most of the time, Coptics who read the Fifth Council and understand the Cyrillian reading of Chalcedon, or the mandate to interpret Chalcedon in a Cyrillian way, and I will admit that if Chalcedon was sufficient and clear, we would not have needed the Fifth Council, but I don't think it was. And I don't think that means that it erred, it just wasn't sufficient to answer all the possible ambiguities, hence why we needed the Fifth Council. And then it ends up being, well, we don't like Justinian and his approach to what he did geopolitically and all this stuff. So those are the remaining big issues. But thank you for calling in, and I appreciate your civil attitude.
Thank you, Jake.
Absolutely. Now, why can't all of the Coptic monophysite-ish exchanges be that way? That was perfectly civil. Jerome, what's up? But look, guys, we're not debating Coptic theology today. I'm not bitching at him, but I'm saying, like, we're not talking sola fide. I'm not talking about fifth council hypostasis. Like, we're talking about the topics that are listed. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. I'm not sure if you covered this in your Oriental Orthodox presentation with David. Just let me know if you have. But I've noticed a weird over-the-top fixation or admiration in the OCA and other Orthodox churches towards the Copts. And I don't know. I'm not sure what the normative way to receive them is, or if they can commune, or what the deal is with that. Because I've noticed some Eritreans and Ethiopians kind of immigrants pop up, and they seem to, be able to come up to the cup, and I'm not sure what the deal is if they've.
Well, unfortunately, there is too much of an eagerness, in my view, amongst Antiochians and OCA to act as if all the issues have been ironed out when I don't think they have. It doesn't happen in the Russian church that I'm aware of, because that's what I can speak to. I don't go to an Antiochian church. I did initially. I haven't been to Antiochian church in maybe a year and a half. So I don't know what's going on in the Antiochian churches. I don't know what's going on in OCA churches. I haven't been to OCA church in several years. But I can speak to, in our church, it's pretty strict, like who can commune. And I think there's probably a lot of wishful thinking, as if, we've all got it ironed out, which isn't exactly the case, even though many of them will admit that they agree with the theology of the Fifth Council. So I don't really know what the answer is. Skull, what's up? You want to unmute?
Hey Jay, just a quick question. So, why, if Mossad was funding or propping up Al Qaeda, then why do you think it is that Bin Laden, in his letter to America, would have criticized America's relationship with Israel?
Well, all of the ISIS, Al Qaeda individuals portray America as the great Satan. I mean, that's obviously what a controlled opposition person would do. What do you mean?
Yeah, but then, so isn't he basically pointing to the very people that are funding his own group? And
well, let's rephrase this question. Are you aware of Operation Cyclone?
No.
Okay, so you don't know that it's admitted that Al Qaeda comes out of the Mujahideen that the CIA trained and armed and funded?
No, I'm not doubting that the CIA did that. I'm just wondering why Bin Laden would have written that letter. Like, what would his purpose have been?
I mean, it's obvious. Like, how else would he get support for his fault? I mean, what do you expect him to do? To, like, wink and be like, we all know I'm CIA, but follow me. I mean, what do you expect him to do? Of course he's gonna say that America's the great Satan. I mean, it's kind of, like, obvious. Why don't you go look up Operation Cyclone, man?
All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if somebody like Osama, what does this say right here? I mean, this is like public information, you guys. This is Geopolitics 101. Like, how do people not know this when Brzezinski was the one who engineered this, and there's interviews of him talking about it? I wonder if that CBS clip is still up. But let's see if we can find the Brzezinski clip talking to the Mujahideen. Operation Cyclone was the code name for the CIA program to arm and finance the Mujahideen in Afghanistan from 79 to 92. They were also supported by Britain's MI6, who conducted their own separate covert operations. Do you even know that this is where Al-Qaeda comes from? Al-Qaeda is the base. The base is the Rolodex of the fighters of the Mujahideen. Okay, now is anybody gonna? Do you guys want to argue with me on this one? Is this also not true, even though it's declassified? It's been declassified for how long? Thomas in the chat says, I've known this since the 90s. Plenty of people have known this since the 90s. This is old news, guys. And Osama himself comes out of this network of the people trained to fight against the Soviets. Let's see if we can find Z-Big against talking to the Mujahideen. Yep, it's still here. Look at this. Now, can everybody pay attention? Can everyone slow down and follow through this 101?
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
Did you see who that was behind him? I'm pretty sure that's General Mahmoud, involved in the money wiring at the Big 9 event, the one that we talked about earlier with Bo Jiden. Pretty sure that's him right there.
Without revealing America's role. On the Afghan border near the Khyber Pass, he urged the soldiers of God to redouble their efforts.
We know of their deep belief in God, and we are confident that their struggle will succeed. You know, that land over there is yours. You'll go back to it one day because your fight will prevail and you'll have your homes and your mosques back again. Because you.
So there you go. Zbigniew Brzezinski telling the Mujahideen at this time in Pakistan, and it's Afghanistan as well, that land is yours. God is on your side. Guy doesn't even believe in God, right? Over here. And then here's the Mujahideen, famously in the 80s, at the damn White House. I can't believe you guys are arguing me over stuff that is like 30, 40 years old, man. Why are you even arguing with me? You know nothing. You didn't even know what Operation Cyclone was. You're over here arguing with me. Well, these freedom fighters are going to help take down that atheist empire of the Soviets. 101, guys. 101. Oh, so you're saying the Soviets are the good guys. You're saying atheist Soviet communists are good guys. That's literally the 13-year-old level of argumentation I've been getting. Oh, you're saying that the Soviets are good? Yes. Yeah. I'm saying the Soviets are good because I'm a KGB operative, even though there's not been a KGB for 30 years, who works for, I don't work for Putin or Dugin. I work for Gorbachev, dog. Y'all thought I was working for Putin and Dugin this whole time. Nah, dude, I don't get paid in Dugin coin, bro. I get paid in Gorby coin. I'm on that side chain of Gorbachev, bro. I'm on that Gorbo chain. I'm on the Gorba chain. I ain't on no Putin chain. I ain't on no Dugin chain. I'm on the Gorba chain. Are you saying that the Soviets are the good guys? I was on Dio's channel and he said the communists are the good guys. That's the level of debate, man. Bro, do y'all see that when I'm debating or when I'm doing the live streams, do you see the thousands of books behind me? Do you think that they're all fake? It's a green screen? Like I didn't really just sit and read all this stuff? I'm a nerd, dude. I read this stuff. And I'm not even an expert on it. But I can debate most of these goofballs on it. I'm getting paid on that Gorby chain, bro. I'm getting that Dugan coin that comes to me on the Gorby chain. That's the highest, most advanced AI blockchain that nobody even knows about yet. Jose, what's up, dude? Jay's manifesting. The orbs have spoken. Jordan Deerdorf, $5. Why did Trump block Caitlyn Jenner? Like, why are you asking? Do you think it was because he was advised by the orbs? Well, we did see Trump and the Saudis putting their hands on the orbs. So what those glowing orbs were, I have no idea. But maybe the orbs they're among us. And maybe Gorbachev is letting us know what's going on. Ruben Anderson, 10, New Zealand. Where is a good place to start learning about geopolitics? Full Spectrum Dominance by F. William Engdahl. What's up, Jose? No way, Jose. What's up?
Howdy, Jay. Since you brought up Ostrovsky's book, and you mentioned how you don't expect anyone in the audience to buy and read it. I just wanted to quickly, as a comment on that, bring up that America is far from literate and it's much worse than people realize. So when you see the literacy rates that the public school system or the educational department will brag about, 98% literacy. What they mean is literacy level 1, which is the ability to sound out letters and words on a page. It's not actually to be able to even understand what's being communicated by the words on the page. So when you look at the functional literacy level is literacy level 3.
Yeah.
So that's for example, if you go to a swimming pool and you have a list of 10 rules for the pool, you need to have a literacy level 3 is the ability to understand what those instructions on the on that sign are. And only 1 in 2 Americans actually are literacy level 3 or higher.
Wow.
So 1 out of 2 Americans cannot understand the instructions on, that are listed next to a pool, a public pool or in a public park.
Wow.
It's horrific. And I have friends,
By the way, are you the guy that's on Cotel streams?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, you're a really intelligent guy, man. I actually, when I listen, I really learn from you, and that's saying a lot because there's not a lot of live streamers and people who go on streams that I don't mean this in an arrogant way. Just I don't learn a lot from people, but I learn from you.
Thank you. And part of that is, and unfortunately, it's because of the general literacy. So, for example, you mentioned Ostrovsky's book. So, to read a book like Ostrovsky, a nonfiction work like that, or to read a novel like Charles Dickens, you need to have a literacy level 4. And only 12% of Americans have literacy level 4 or above. Whoa. And that's something I've considered too, because I'm there is actually a novel idea I've been working on. And one thing I've realized is, at most, only 1 in 8 Americans today in the population are actually sufficiently literate to be able to read it.
Wow.
So even your Hollywood books that you wrote, my wife loved both of them that she's read so far, and I don't know if the third one's already been released, but if it's released or when it's going to be released, I'll be getting.
It'll be out in July.
Awesome. I'll be able to get it for her birthday. So she's not listening right now, so she doesn't know I'm getting it for her birthday. But yeah, the only 1 in 12 Americans are able to read that, or 1 in 8 Americans are able to read that book. And it relates to something, I was here listening to Elder Justin Parvu, something he said back in 2009, where he said that one of the great sins of this modern day is ignorance, and that unfortunately many people revel in that ignorance. And that's why, a lot of them, if we were to go back, 100 years ago, 150 years ago in the United States, or even the Spanish Americas, there would be a lot more people who would be, way more people would be well read, like you are, like I are. You look, I've read the letters of Welsh coal miners from the 1910s, during World War I. And your average coal miner in Wales, who didn't even have a high school education, was far better read than your average college graduate today. And that's why there is such a level of ignorance. And that's why, as you mentioned, since you're doing these live streams and you're getting, exposure to, we'll just say the whole span of America, most Americans don't have the capacity. Unfortunately, they were never given the tools in their basic education to be able to, even just read the text, let alone, being able to hold an idea in their head that they don't necessarily agree with and analyze it.
Right. By the way, I think it was one of Coattail's streams a couple of years ago, and he was actually talking about literacy stats in America, and it was like, it even blew me away. It was something like 60% of kids that graduate can't read.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
Or maybe it was like 67% have never read a book. Maybe it's something like that.
Mm-hmm. No, it's horrific. It's really bad. And like, I know, like, so my youngest sister-in-laws, they're, Gen Z. It's like 1 in 12 who actually read books. It's 1 in 8 who can, 1 in 12 who actually do. And that's the scary part too of, I know, like, I was looking at, this was years ago, but I was looking at Barna studies in terms of like Bible reading among Christians in the United States. And they were despairing over how only 6% of Protestants actually read the Bible. But then again, only 12% of the population are actually able or sufficiently literate to be able to read the Bible.
Oh, yeah. So even the Protestants reading the Bible can't understand it.
Correct. And that's part of the huge problem. And that's why, there are a lot of books, I read a lot. But I really do appreciate, even though I've not used the podcast, for the book series that you've done and the breakdowns you've done audibly, but there are a lot of people that I've recommended those breakdowns you do of like, the geopolitics books, because, most people I know, they can't actually read, even a more beginner friendly, I would say like a more normie friendly, or not normie friendly, but, normal IQ friendly text like James Perloff. Forget about Carol Quigley. They're not going to be able to go through that. The capacity is just not there.
Right.
So I am very grateful for the work that you've done in terms of breaking down those books, because I've been able to recommend your stuff for people who don't have the lyric capacity. And it also shows the importance of, why, like, I know some people say, like, they went through the public school system and they were fine. Like, I went through both private and public schools, but the reason I can read and the reason why I read the way I do is because it was my father who taught me during the summers when I was off.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned far more from my father. Like, I'll put it this, like, I learned more from my father in 1 hour, like, during a vacation day than I would learn in, like, 1 week of school. And that's why one thing for people, even for those who, like you say, you generally cannot homeschool your kids, I do recommend, especially if you're the dad, like, seriously, you can just spending 1 hour with your kids, teaching them, they will learn so much more from you than what they're learning in the school system.
Yeah. And for those that are interested in a lot of people are asking about where they can see your talks and your input. Usually when David Patrick Harry, Church of the Eternal Logos, has an open panel, usually Jose calls in and gives his input. So you guys can go check out the open panels over on Church of the Eternal Logos channel to hear more of his input. Anything else you want to leave us with? Appreciate that.
No, that's it. And just that's why, it's like, what do you call it? Learning to be patient with people and understanding, I know it's tough because I've had the same frustrations myself. It's, with people in real life. It's just, always keep in the back of I always try to keep in the back of my mind, statistically speaking, the person that I'm talking to, odds are they actually cannot read a book. And that, like, for me, it would just horrify me to be in that kind of position where if I didn't have the tools, to even read. That is something that would just frighten me. In fact, that's most adults today.
Right.
It just shows how much the empire has decayed. And that's why, like, when I look at the operation of the Anglo-American Empire, when I look at its history and how it's run, it's amazing to me how they've intentionally dumbed down their own population to maintain their power over the system without taking into account that there are other power bases in the world who can compete with them who are not dumbing down their population.
Yeah, and to be clear, people need to understand that if you go back and read Messianic Character of American Education by Rush Shuni, he actually details the early ideology that drove John Dewey and Horace Mann to help create public education, whereby they said they would dumb down and socialize man to make man a socialized creature rather than an individual who would think critically using reading, writing, and arithmetic. So they actually wanted to get rid of logic, get rid of the objective educational disciplines, literally to, quote, socialize man. And that was adopted explicitly. It took a long time for them to get that all the way through, but by the time of the 70s, where Charlotte Iserbyt wrote her book, Dumbing Down of American Education, she details the actual advance in that under Reagan, believe it or not. And then that gets us to where we are today, to where you've got, Common Core Obama education, which is all about the same type of dumbing down. And for those that are not aware of what he was talking about, if you go to my channel, if you go all the way down to the main page, there's a whole section, sorted out playlist of the global elite texts. And we go through here, Jacques Attali. Here is CIA Manual on Anthropology book that we covered. Here is Doors of Perception by Huxley. Here's Manly P. Hall book. Here is Psychonaut Terence McKenna. Here we cover Julian Huxley, UNESCO philosophy. Here we cover Friedhof Kopper's book Turning Point. Here's Anglo-American Establishment by Quigley. Here is History of Sexpionage book. Here is Brave New World. Here is Gladio text. Here is Johan Ratio's book. More Quigley, more Ratio, Cyber Polygon, Klaus's book, Timothy Leary book, more Terence McKenna, H.G. Wells's book, God, the Invisible King, Brzezinski's books here. Here is Miles Copeland's Game of Nations CIA book that we referenced earlier today. Here is Charles Galton Darwin's book. I just went blank on the title of that one, but there's that. Bertrand Russell, H.G. Wells, Bertrand Russell, Edward Bernays, right here. We get into the Frankfurt School, Habermas, here. Here is Marilyn Ferguson's book, Aquarian Conspiracy, which is not a conspiracy book. It's actually a pro-New World Order book. Here is Jacques Attali's book that we covered 7 years ago. Here's Pentagon's Brain by Annie Jacobson. Here is H.G. Wells' New World Order book. Here's a couple books on MKUltra. Those are critical books. Here's Devil's Game that you heard me reference earlier today about U.S. support for radical Islam. And then here's me and Tristana. Here's this book. This video covers Alex Abea's book on the Rand Corporation.
Yeah,
anything else you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I got to get going soon because I have to take my son to the park, which I promised him I'd do. But one thing I want to mention, like for those who are on the literate scale but have not dived deep into the nonfiction, or you're not used to reading more complicated works, I do recommend, one of the purposes of fiction is to get, well, there are many purposes of fiction, but a good place to start also is even C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy.
Yeah.
Because Lewis goes very much, he gives you a snapshot of how the Anglo-American establishment actually functions, how they recruit people.
Yeah.
And it gives you a grounding. So when you approach these nonfiction works, whether you're going to be listening to them on Jay's podcast or you're someone who is more literate and wants to do the reading, it'll give you some grounding so things make sense and it's not just all, disjointed. So that would be my final recommendation. But thank you for all you do, Jay. I greatly appreciate it. And great. I'm glad you're working with Sam Hyde and getting some comedic work that you enjoy.
Thanks, man.
I know you enjoy that a bit more. So
appreciate that.
And I pray that you have plenty of success with that.
Well, you too, Jose. I appreciate your comments. And everybody should go check out his inputs with Church of the Eternal Logos when they do their open panels. Jose is usually there giving a pretty hefty bit of deep dive information. Now, I did cover the Space Trilogy 3 or 4 years ago. Right here. This is the first half. I will say that, look, the first one is easy, right? Out of the Silent Planet. But I'm going to tell you right now, the second one is very difficult. It's not like Narnia. If you don't have some training in lit, you're going to have a hard time with the sequel of the Space Trilogy. And in the third one, it's pretty conspiratorial. So you're going to have your mind blown when you read that and you realize that everything that you heard from me is exactly what J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis were telling you in their fiction literature. You just didn't realize it. I'm not kidding. In fact, many people don't even know that the character Ransom in the story is based on Tolkien. Tolkien is the Ransom character. So you can go watch my lengthy breakdown of the C.S. Lewis Space Trilogy. By the way, shout out to Charles Carroll. We did a podcast from $1 Million Extreme, and we talked quite a bit about the Space Trilogy as well. And he is a huge fan of the Space Trilogy. And I'm not disagreeing with Jose. I think he's got a great point. It's just that, like, if you're talking to people who are not used to reading, I can already tell you that you're going to have a hard time with the second of the Space Trilogy. It's very literary. It refers to a lot of classical mythology. It's a lot of classicism in part 2. Not to say you can't get through it. It's just going to be a challenge. Dale, what's up, man? MKG 279, you and Jose should do an episode. Actually, that's a great idea. I'd love to have him on anytime. By the way, shout out to Tristan. I really miss the Tristan streams. Tristan's one of my favorite content creators. In fact, most of my listening time was Lord Voldemort and Tristan. And so now that Tristan has retired, I don't ever hear him. I've been sad. I've wept pretty much nonstop since Tristan decided to hurt me by not making content, and I know he did that to hurt me. But I just want Tristan to know I forgive you. I forgive you for no longer making content just to hurt me. And I know that you're hurt, Tristan. And so, who hurt you? I know I hurt you, but you hurt me. I'm just kidding. But I do want Tristan to come back and do streams. We have a lot of fun, and I should do a stream with Jose, you're right. Dale, what's up, man? Dale, you want to unmute?
Yeah, if you want, just go to Tristan so he can speak since you addressed him first. I'll speak later.
He's not here. I mean, he's here, but he's not.
There? Yeah, he is.
He's not on the queue, though. What's up?
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, just to back what Miguel said, I'm a corrections officer, and a lot of the population that shows up in prison, they don't read either. They don't even know how to write. It's crazy.
I was just watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I forgot that one of the, if you remember, one of the things that's funny about Charlie Day is that he can't read or write. So, anytime they tell him to do something, they tell, in one of the episodes where Dennis was going to run for political office, he told Charlie Day to write a speech, and then he couldn't read it because it was all just, gibberish and scribbles. So, it's he's like the average American is Charlie Day now.
Yeah, and it's alarming. I mean, what Miguel says too, I saw it when I first started working in corrections. It's like a lot of the inmates, they don't even know how to read and write.
Right.
It's insane. I'd never expected that. But in any case, I had a question. I forgot it. So I've been trying to pursue some academic things, like trying to go to the college or university or whatever. Do you recommend any institutions that I should go to get a philosophy degree or anything like that?
No. Hell no.
They're all trash.
No. I mean, the only way I would recommend that is if it's paid for, you got a rich uncle who's going to pay for your college, and he's going to pay for you to go to a college or a university that's not completely, purple-haired social justice freaks. That's the only way I would tell you to do that. Otherwise, nah, dude, don't even worry about it. Just read your own books and start a business or something. Frankish Melkite, what's up, man? By the way, here's a clip of all of Charlie being illiterate, which I'm sure is pretty funny. I can't play it because it'll get copyright ding, but this one's funny. This is the one where he wrote the political speech for Dennis, and he can't even read it. Here goes. Maybe I can play 2 seconds of it.
Good. I think you might be dyslexic, bro. I'm not reading this. I'm gonna. No, please.
Let's see it. Here's the speech.
Me. I leave power. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
He's mouthing it like it's a great speech.
If you vote me, I'm hot.
What's up, man? Oh, wait. He dropped off. What's up, Melkite? I'll just leave this in the chat for you guys so I don't get copyright ding.
Hello, Jay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I kind of wanted to. I saw Catholicism is on the topics today. I kind of wanted to scratch your mind on something. I wanted to hop into Augustine, and I know you've read a ton of Augustine, and there's a critique I've kind of noticed from my days in Catholicism. I kind of want to run past you and see if it's viable.
Okay.
Augustinian theology and even to an extent Thomism, would you say it dips into monothelitism?
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice in Augustine, and especially the Latin mind at that time, they really dipped into the strength and the precedence of the divine will.
Yes, absolutely.
And the, you know, with irresistible grace, the divine will, you know, subjecting you to its primacy. So I was wondering if you could give me some pointers that Augustine spoke of when he spoke on the will and the energies.
Well, he doesn't have any conception of energies. So I don't believe that Augustine was intentionally trying to be a monothelite, but I think that he had what we call kind of a dialectical view of the will, where he believed that the will is either irresistibly drawn to creatures, which would constitute sin, or your will is irresistibly drawn to the one, to God. So he tended to think that anything that's drawing the will in a creaturely way is in some way at least a venial sin. And this is exactly why Augustine has a really hard time, according to his own admission in many of his works, with understanding how marriage could be a sacrament. And that's why he had the position that even in a marital relationship, sex is still a venial sin, according to Augustine. He says, because there's no way for you to have your will enraptured with the divine when you're having the coitus. He thinks you're necessarily drawn and obsessed with and enraptured with the created. And he's very explicit about that. So he says, I don't understand how there's not still venial sin in marital relations. But how could a sacrament be a sin? It makes no sense. So that's one example of that dialectical drawing of the will view that Augustine has. But this is very well known in critiques of Augustine. In fact, I'm not recommending all of his ideas, but Free Choice in St. Maximus actually has a really good critique of some of this stuff as well. And then even it's Cur Deus Homo, book 1. I'm going from memory, but even Anselm also has a monothelite statement where he talks about basically the divine will kind of supplanting the human in the incarnation. So I think that Latin theology, especially after Augustine, just kind of kept moving into that direction of assuming that the divine will has to supplant the human for salvation and synergy to happen. In fact, you could probably argue that the debates between the monothelites and St. Maximus are also premised on Augustinian presuppositions.
Okay, interesting. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, and again, I think that that might be why you have in the Latin tradition a lot of just negative attitudes towards sex in general. And by the way, I would say that even some of the Eastern Church Fathers and monastics fell into the same type of extreme types of positions. So I'm not saying that the Eastern Fathers or monastics didn't also at times fall into similar types of extremes, because you can find monastic statements like that too in the East. But I just think that position's wrong. I mean, just like the Cappadocians think that gender is a result of the fall. I don't think that's true. I think that's obviously wrong. And I think even Father Stephen Rose brings this up in his Genesis, Creation, Early Man. So look, none of the church fathers are infallible, and I don't see why anybody would think that they are. Bobby, what's up? Bobby C, you want to unmute? What's up, man?
Yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. We're probably never gonna. I'm not fussing at you, but will we ever get to this Joe Rogan debate? I don't know. What's up, man?
Couldn't tell you. I just had a quick question. That guy that was just on talking about the literacy rates that you said streamed with Kotel from time to time. Does he have a YouTube channel? I was listening, but I don't think it was actually mentioned or not.
I don't actually know if he does. Jose, are you still here? If you want to pop back on and tell everybody your channel if you want to plug it. I don't know if he's still here or not. But if I recall, he's a educated Spanish ortho guy. His name is Jose Miguel, but I don't know if he has a channel. But if you are interested in his discussions, if you go over here to Cotel's channel, let's see, when were they on? I heard him on there a couple days ago. What were they talking about? Let's go over here and I'll show you. I think it was this stream. Grading the Trump administration. I think this is the last one I was watching over here.
Hey everyone, wanted to tell you.
And you'll usually when there's a panel, Miguel's on there for a long time, so you guys can get your see. So there he is. I don't know if he has a channel, so you guys can check him out. Probably over at Cotel's. Jordan Deerdorf, could you recommend reading for middle school age? I mean, I guess Narnia. I mean, I don't know. Reading in history or theology or like literature reading. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of reading you're asking for. You know, I get a lot of people asking me to like draw up homeschool curricula, and I mean, I'm not trying to be rude to everybody. I don't have time to like draw up a curricula or whatever. I mean, you could probably just look it up pretty easily, like, you know, homeschooling Orthodox reading curricula or something. I'm sure there's something like that out there. Grand Regent Thrag, $5. I'm not bashing you. You had a good discussion with Fuentes. We should talk about. I think I read that one. Let's Talk God, $5. Do you have any book recommendations on faith and works? I would just say get the Clark Carlton book that deals with the Protestants. So he's got a trilogy, and one of those deals with Protestants. That's probably the most accessible. MKG, we already did that. Joshua Schmidt, $10. There is a white pill in Jose's proposition. If you can get your kids to read and comprehend what they're reading, then guess what? They're already in an elite class. That's a good point. That's very true. David A., $2. What is in it for the West to push Islam? So again, this is oversimplification. I didn't say that the entire West was pushing all of Islam. I said that there's a geostrategic advantage in the West at times utilizing radical Islam in certain regions to help destabilize. And I've been lecturing on this ad nauseum for many years. You can go watch all of the lectures where I get into it. For example, my Black Gold Spies talk that we just did. Contemporary Compendium, $2. Gorbachev. There's orb in Gorbachev. It all makes sense now. Exactly. He decoded it. We have a person who finally decoded it. Rachel. What's on your mind? You gotta unmute, Rachel. Are you there?
Hey, sorry, I don't know why the button wasn't letting me unmute, but I just wanted to say for the last guy, if he has questions about homeschool stuff, I have 2 streams on my channel about all the homeschool FAQ, and one of them in particular is all about choosing curriculum, and it has like a bunch of suggestions and a bunch of links to both Orthodox stuff and things that aren't necessarily Orthodox but are compatible. So those just might be helpful if you get those questions and you don't want to field them. You can just point them over there.
And that's your channel, Rachel Wilson YouTube channel? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys can go. All right, well, thank you. If you're looking for curricula, you can look over there. Also, reminder, I will be live in Tallahassee in 1 week, and the topic is pretty open. It's there'll be a talk, and then it'll be open forum for you guys to ask me whatever you want. It's going to be very loosey, flexible. In that second hour, I will be talking about God, Hollywood, technocracy, and sexpionage, because that's kind of the format for a lot of what's in my Esoteric Hollywood 3. It won't be out yet, obviously, next week. You can get the pre-orders now. But if you want to get tickets, since it's kind of a short notice, it's cheap, $20. That's all it is. Yes, I'll sign books. Yes, you can come get Esoteric Hollywood 1 and 2 and the other books. 1 week, Tallahassee at this place here. If you're interested, here is the link. You can go get your tickets. There, it's in the show description. From 1 week from now, it's going to be an intimate, fun, small venue. And let's see, we're never going to get over here to this Joe Rogan discussion. Lantern Light, $10. Do you know about Christopher Bjerknes? Yes, this is a guy who is a Gnostic, and he just talks about Gnosticism all the time. He would be far afield, but interesting to debate. So, let's see, we debated, what's his name? Scott Smith, right? So, we've done a couple Gnostic debates. We've had Gnostics call in. I think everybody forgets about the Scott Smith debate. That was I actually forgot about that debate when I was making my list of civil debates. There's nothing uncivil in the Gnostic debate. So here's that. But guys, I want to remind you that we're going to switch on over here to YouTube. So we had a couple cops call in, and they were very civil, very reasonable. So I want to thank those guys for calling in. But you can transition over here to the channel, because we're going to get into the actual debate review. So it was fun to do the open forum, but we're going to do debate review. But I have to go to the TT room, or the little girls room, whichever you prefer. So while I do that, in the space, listen to this message from our friends.
I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important, and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Don't miss out. Secure your supply of Chad Mode on TikTok Shop with a limited time massive discount. Elevate your workouts and supercharge your days. Chad Mode, not for your average gym bro zoomer who consumes synthetic blue dyes on the daily. Buy on the TikTok Shop now with a massive discount provided by TikTok for a very limited time. Buy now while this is still available, or go to chalk.com and use code in caption. Chad Mode has been flying off the shelves because it's the first of its kind, certified for alpha males only. Do not buy if you are a beta. We will refund your money. I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational and is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth. When you get down to it, philosophy is there because you love truth enough to go and learn how to find it because it's valuable. So if you're interested in things like that, there is the landing page. We'll link it up in the notes. It is a longer one, so we'll get a shorter URL for this. I'm sure Jay has a link on his page. I just wanted to show it off. Now you know it exists. You can go look for it and see why this is not your father's philosophy, right? So well done. I'm proud of everyone who helped to produce and edit the course. And of course, Jay did a flawless job in presenting the course over those 12 weeks. And he's a juggernaut. He's another guy, just like John Bush, in action all the time, doing something productive, like very.
Thank you to our sponsors. Be sure to head on over to Chad Mode or to chalk.com and get a hold of the great products using the promo code JAY40 to get 40% off. Maverick Evans, $5. Jordan Peterson claims that few can read, but people can listen. Is it true that a person incapable of comprehending a text can comprehend someone talking about it? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, many people were converted by the preaching of the gospel when they weren't literate and to a degree could comprehend. So I would say it's possible. Roll steaks, $5. Families in Antiochian churches oftentimes have close Melkite family members, so there's a lot of wishful thinking that blurs the lines. Oh, that's a great point. Good point there. Roll steaks. Gainerzilla, $2. What are your thoughts on the Knox gold audit? By the way, what happened to that? Yeah, it just kind of dropped off. I don't know where that went. Jay has enlarged prostate cancer. Thank you, Doctor Internet Chat Man. No, so you guys see me. I'm a what they call a beverage goblin. I've got sparkling water here, I've got lemon water here, and then I've got coffee. So I'm usually surrounded by like 3 different drinks, dog. Marianal, $1. What do you think about a meta historical fall? Love your content. I don't know what that means. Squirrel Oz, 20 A's. Can you give a brief synopsis? What is the relationship between the Orthodox Church and Masons? Can you say what the ambitions of the Masons are? I'm sorry if this is off topic. I have old talks on that. You can go look at my old talks on Freemasonry and ecumenism. And by the way, the Roman Catholics always act like we don't critique the EP or ecumenism. You mean like I've been doing for 10 years, 7 years? Here's 7 years ago. Patriarch, Constantinople, Orthodox Schism, ecumenism, Freemasonry. 7 years ago. CI's man in Constantinople right there. So there's your answers to that. MKG, I asked 2 questions. I got missed. I'm pretty sure I missed yours. You said do an episode with Jose. I answered that one. Okay, let's see. Here's one. MKG 13 Canadian. I understand there's nuance, but at some point, wouldn't you say you have to draw a line? A line with what? Or else we fall into the same relativism that we criticize. MKG, I'm confused as to what we're talking about. You asked prior to that, 27.99 MKG. Do you think that the period of being a catechumen is becoming shorter because of all the online learning and content? I mean, maybe, but there's also perhaps there could be a lot of things going on. Maybe people are not doing the catechumenate long enough just because priests aren't making the decision to do it longer. I don't know. What do you think about priests that baptize people sooner? I mean, again, it's up to the call of the priest and the bishop. I don't know. I mean, our priest does it pretty quick. So, that's his decision. I don't criticize him for that. That's his call. Oh, and by the way, my priest, again, Father Vladimir, stressed that everyone during this time should not get caught up in internet squabbles. And he opined that he did not think that I had done wrong in this instance, but that people should focus on Holy Week. So he has that message for me and for everyone. Thank you. Is Chad Mode a scam? No. What is your take on AP? I'll be debating AP on Western support and funding for ISIS and Al-Qaeda June 2nd on Jake Rattlesnake Show. By the way, if you guys want to support me, you can do so through Streamlabs, Super Chats, or you can Super Chat natively through YouTube. Doigel, $5. Would you outline the Orthodox views of laziness in your experience of that? I think that we would agree that it's a sin of sloth like any other. I think the Roman Catholics have sloth as one of the 7 sins, don't they? So I don't think laziness is a sin that I'm tempted with. I work a lot. I don't think anybody would say I'm lazy. Again, I was on Buck Johnson's podcast today, and we were talking about vices. And my vices are, I guess, being impatient, being prideful, lustful thoughts. I think that's about it. Once you kind of get in the habit of confessing, you're going to notice after you've been confessing for several years, the same sins pop up for me many years in, right? So everybody will learn their own vices through confessing. And usually you figure out, the ones that you're usually confessing are your unique temptations. So, I would say that sometimes I do get angry. And I do confess that. I don't even think it's always wrong to be angry. But I do go ahead and confess when I've been angry. Just because, when we're going to the chalice, we need to be as repentant as we can. So, anyway. I'm not sure what to say about laziness beyond that. I think, everybody has unique temptations. It's just laziness for me isn't really a temptation. I was lazy maybe when I was a teenager, but... one thing that will make you not lazy is if you are your own boss. So, Treeper, $3. Jay, I know this off topic. Could you review some of the charismatic demon slayers like Isaiah Saldivar? They're connected to these NAR megachurch pastors. I think we played a clip of him on my megachurch stream. That was pretty funny, right? The megachurch streams were like pure comedy, dude. That was like, maybe I should do like another, I was going to say a week. I couldn't handle a weekly one, but you could probably do a fun YouTube stream just on like mega church madness. That would probably go over pretty well. But if you come over here to my live streams from last week, 2 weeks ago, right here, mega church madness. I think we played a clip of him, and if we didn't, it might be on the part 2, which I made for members. Dallas Brown, $20. God bless you, Jay. Do you have any lectures on the overthrow of Gaddafi? I do remember covering it with Tim Kelly. There was a podcast we covered at the time about NATO and Libya and Syria. I think it's on my Rock Fitness for my members. What is the Shia's favorite pill to take for chalk? This is a joke. What does a Shia have as his favorite chalk.com pill? The Tomcat Ali. That's a good one. Okay. You guys are being so generous. Throbby Bobby, $20. Keep up the good work, homie. Thank you. O'Brien's kayak, $5. I thought I saw an orb, but it was you know whose head. Bad Wake Up, $5. Have you read the Palamos book by Norman Russell? Yeah, of course. I was recommending it 2 days ago. The Islam section of that book it's weird that it's called that, because it's like hardly any of the book. The majority of the book is life of him and the Palamite synods, and I recommend it all the time. Orthodoxy and Zatar, $2. Some of the Shias pray to the Catholic saints in Lebanon. Well, that's weird. I didn't know that. I mean, they are very inconsistent in their perennialism and Neoplatonic Sufi type tendencies. And when I said that, the guy was like, "Oh, you're saying you like Shias?" I didn't say that. Like, everybody likes to read into your words. It's very feminine, like a girl thing to do, where you're like, I say something, oh, and what he really means is this, right? It's like, what I really mean is what I said. Ruben Anderson, 10, New Zealand. Where's a good place to start learning about geopolitics? Oh, we did that one. F. William Ingdalls. Full Spectrum Dominance. Doigel, $5. I want your advice about laziness, since you are very productive. Have you heard laziness was translated from another word for fear? No, I've never heard that. I've just heard, being lazy is being slothful. So, usually the advice in the Orthodox world is to combat the vice with the corresponding virtues. So, if you're miserly, then you combat miserliness with being magnanimous. So you go out and you give. Give money to people that need it. You can also, something very popular that Orthodox do is create care packages. Meaning, so if you don't want to give, $100 to the homeless people out in the street, because you think they're going to go buy fentanyl or whatever, you create a care package. And so what Orthodox do is they put soap, socks, comb, toothbrush, toothpaste, like basic necessities that homeless people could use or would definitely need. And you hand out care packages. That way, deodorant, that kind of stuff. I'm being serious. That way you're not just giving them money so that they go get fentanyl or whatever. In VHO, $5. Would the incarnation have happened if the fall hadn't happened? Yes, the Orthodox view is that it still would have happened. It was always the plan. Cyrus Batama, $5. I've heard it said that Justinian's wife was monophysite. Is this true? I don't know. I've never heard that. Paul says women will be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith and love. So I doubt women are going to be quizzed on their theological perfections in the eschaton. Okay, let's see if we can get away with Can we get away with a little bit of this? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we should play a little bit of this first. Now, I couldn't resist commenting on this because this is so stupid. This is like the dumbest shit I've seen in ages. Like, Alfonso, $5. What are your best books on the opium trade? Dope Inc. Paul Williams's Gladio book. Politics of Heroin by McCoy. Eric Z, 2 A's. I'm very excited for Esoteric Hollywood 3. Well, thank you, man. Now, I forgot. I wanted to play Katy Perry's ridiculous statement when she got back down from Earth. She went up and she got back from that. She saw the fat Earth from space. And she saw that Mama Earth was twerking. Working it, girl. So let's hear what let's hear what our little girl Katy has said up there. What's up, Katy? What's on your mind, girl? Tell me about space. By the way, this got a lot of views. I said, space is now scientifically confirmed fake and gay.
It is the highest high, and it is surrender to the unknown, trust, and this whole journey is not just about going to space. It's the training, it's the team, it's the whole thing. I couldn't recommend this experience more. This is like up there with all the, different tools that I've learned in my life, from meditation to the Hoffman process. This is up there because what you're doing is you're like really finding the love for yourself, because you got to trust in yourself on this journey. And then you're feeling the love when you come down, for sure. And you're feeling that strength. So I feel really connected to that strong divine feminine right now.
By the way, you're such a badass. I love that the month of April, you're like, I'm going to space and I'm launching my tour.
It is the hot.
So I worship myself, I love myself, and feelies, divine feminine. So just literal gibberish. And this was like, what, $150 million trip to do absolutely nothing. Just 5 women's floating in space for nothing to come back down in a giant propaganda thing. Or was there something more going on in an esoteric goddess sense where Katy Perry went up there to connect with the divine feminine? Where was the divine feminine in low Earth orbit or whatever they were supposed to be doing? Now, I think from my vantage point, the most obvious bunch of nonsense as to what this was all about was like just slay queen, girl queen, feminism nonsense. So 5 super rich women went supposedly into low Earth orbit and then came back. Wow. I mean, that's really amazing. For what? So that Katy Perry could talk about the divine feminine and promote some sort of new age Hoffman process. What the heck is a Hoffman process? I looked that up, by the way, and it's some kind of like breathing self-help crap. I mean, come on, dude. By the way, you know that I bet you whoever the Hoffman process is paid her to promote that in her news, whatever this nonsense. This is so stupid.
Good lord, this was cringe. Imagine being so privileged as to visit space, then spending more time performing into cameras than actually looking out the window. I mean, just look at her. Is she so awestruck by the vastness of the cosmos that it's given her a stunning revelation into the comparative meaninglessness of fame and celebrity? No, she's glued herself to a camera so she can milk every minute of social media clout. What are you doing? Why bathe in the enriching magnificence of the infinite when you can just do this instead?
Okay. Now it's time to look out.
Look out the fucking window. Why savour and cherish every moment of an experience that virtually no one else on Earth will ever have, when you can hijack it for shameless self-promotion?
This, I mean, yeah, I get it. You know, I'm sure everybody's skeptical, whatever. Like, even if this is just low Earth orbit, like, so what? Like, I just don't like, what is awesome? I don't understand what is awesome about this, and what are we supposed to get out of this? Why is this cool? Mark, $5. You've got competition. There's impressions. Look up Tony Lapidus and Lex Fridman doing a Douglas Murray impression. I did see that clip popped up today. I just haven't got to it. But I will check it out. Cards, $2. Orbodox Divine Femininity. Eric Z, very excited for Esther Hollywood 3. I think I read that one, but I can't remember. So, do you guys feel empowered today because these totally not plastic surgery induced real genuine slay queens went into low Earth orbit a little bit higher than an airplane goes? You guys feel like your life has, like, humanity is empowered, like we can go to the next level? Because Katy Perry went into space. The world can become, we can transcend. By the way, it's weird that she went to space and she had that weird ass Kanye song where she was in space with, it's like, what is it, like sex with aliens? It's like sex with aliens or something stupid, whatever is in this song. I do admit I like Katy Perry's voice. I have to admit, I do concede, I do like her voice. I mean, the messages, the meaning of the songs is straight garbage. It's straight up garbage juice smoothie. I don't like this song, but well, look at you. What do you know? Katy Perry, alien Katy Perry with Yay in space, and then she goes to space. I don't know what it means. What does it mean? Well, I'm just glad that we got two sisters up there, because it was, by the way, was there an Asian? Did they put an Asian girl up there? That's racist. Where is the Asians in space?
I got you, Flynn. Gotcha. Tamir! Tamir's in space! Oh my god.
No.
And I have so much gratitude that we're able to be able to do this. It's not about going to space. It's about what we bring back.
What do we bring back? The same 5 plastic surgery women, except for Katy Perry. Katy Perry's about the only one that looks like she's not plastic surgery. I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, let's see what he says about Black Mirror.
I guess. Sounded more like a hen party.
Perception, there it is.
It looked like a scene from a Black Mirror episode where they send all them.
It did look very Black Mirror. And by the way, Esther Hollywood 3 has a full 20 or 30 page breakdown of the first 4 seasons of Black Mirror. So, is this has to be like a propaganda, you know, a thing that Bezos is like launching to get attention, and Blue Origin, that is this because he wants to do these kinds of missions, and then it's marketed to what, rich people to pay $100 million to go into low Earth orbit? Is that for what, like 5-10 minutes? How long were they even up there? I don't even know. Was it a few hours, or were they there for like 10 minutes? Or this just does not, I mean, if I was super rich, there's no way I would pay however many millions of dollars to even do, supposing this is all what it's presented as. To be in low Earth orbit, get dizzy, throw up for being up there for 20 minutes. I mean, it just sounds like a giant ripoff. Private, $5. Have you read Whitney Webb's One Nation Under Blackmail? Of course I've read it. I've lectured on it, done podcasts on it. They were there for 11 minutes. 11 minutes. You know you're gonna feel like total garbage coming back too. It's gonna be like the worst nausea ever. All right, so you can go watch Paul Joseph Watson's breakdown of it. I just thought that was so stupid. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? Shout out to JimBob. I thought too, since we're gonna be over here on whatever in a month ish, maybe we should watch a little JimBob, because I don't know how much I can get away with the Rogan clip. So here we are, 3 hours into the stream, and we haven't even got to Rogan, dude. Oh my gosh. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I heard people were having the stream took down. So we'll see. Maybe we'll go back and forth between JimBob debating on whatever and this. Maybe that'll work.
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes, so it wasn't why he was here.
No, I mean none of them, and none of them is why they're here. You know, it's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No, just with the guests you've had.
The guests, yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess at the beginning we have, he's asking if Rogan's guests have tended to be critical of the Israeli position and approach to Gaza. Let's see if we can skip over here.
You get somebody like Ian Carroll or...
Yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know?
But do you have any... I mean, there's been a tilt in the conversation, in both conversations, in the last couple of years.
Yeah. By the way, Whitney Webb's book is from my publisher, so I got advanced quick copies of all those. Pope Biscuit, $3. Charismatic Nonsense. Katy Perry, Charismatic Nonsense. Oh, the Divine Feminine. Surfing Rose warned about aliens and fake and gray demons, correct. Prod by Jufy, $5. I got my tickets for your event next week. Don't need a plane ticket. I will just ride my orb to Florida. Yeah? Well, there you go. A lot of people are overlooking the possibility of just orb travel, right? So, yeah, if you don't want to fly, you don't want to drive, you can travel via orb, exactly.
And it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts.
Experts, managerial class, the rule of the experts. Now, remember in Tragedy and Hope, in the middle, Quigley said that the future technocracy had it as its plan to erect a managerial expert class, ruled by experts. And this individual is representing the total elitist, snob, legacy structure system for how everything would be structured and run in the future, in our day. He doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that that attitude, that boomer mindset, is on the way out. People don't care about self-prescribed experts precisely because the experts are your comment doesn't even make sense. Jay, it's pathetic that you're on OnlyFans prostitutes. Where am I even on OnlyFans prostitutes? You are drifters. You only care about clouds. No, I care about orbs, not clouds. Now you notice on this stream, and I was watching a clip the other day, almost all the girls that were on with Andrew the other day were actually conservative. There was only one liberal girl on there the other day. So they're not all OF girls. And this whole debate that JimBob has isn't even about that. He ends up debating this Muslim girl, believe it or not. So the whole debate here is JimBob debating a Muslim. It's not even about anything OF. So it's just not even true. And why are you whining about, I'm going to debate not so erudite. So you just assume all this nonsense that you're going on with OnlyFans girls. I'm going to debate not so erudite. So what are you even talking about? Not so erudite debated Jake Rattlesnake and JimBob on Raging Tomato. And it's a funny debate if you didn't see it. I recommend everybody watch it because I imagine that the debate that we have will be like this debate. This was a really funny debate with this gaggle of goofuses here. I don't mean Jake and JimBob. I mean the other two.
Didn't even earn it.
In your life.
You've earned nothing.
The issue is that you haven't refuted my affirmative claim. You're making other random.
What affirmative claim?
My
What
affirmative
claim?
I'll read it again to you.
The GDP go uppy up.
Close.
Nice.
What's good about a GDP is that
So her whole argument is feminism is good because there's a correlation, I guess, and a causation that GDP go up. So yeah, so women, you better get in that college. You better get out of that kitchen. You best become a slay queen because GDP, bro. That's literally the whole debate. It's funny. It goes on for hours, but the actual debate is pretty fun. I mean, it's entertaining and it's silly, and then it turns into the panel of goobers and this gay dude up here, Ryan, who argues for feminism, shocker, and then some other assorted gaggle of weirdos on here arguing with JimBob. So it's very comical. It's kind of a classic Bloodsporty style thing. If you remember those old days with Warski and JF, it's like harkens back to that era. But the first debate, the debate proper, is pretty funny. But not so erudite, who is in the Destiny sphere or was in the Destiny sphere. I don't know if she still is or what, but we will be debating her. So stop assuming stuff that you have no idea about. Oh, you're going on there to dunk on hoes. Are you calling not so erudite that? Because she's just, I don't know what she is. She's a radical Protestant feminist, whatever that is. H. Brossi, $10. I struggle with being a zealot. As someone who reveals that they're Orthodox, I discard anything they say. If they're not Orthodox, I discard what they say. Even worse, some people, I don't want them to join the church. Well, actually, not everybody is. I mean, we would like everybody to join, but not everybody's in the position to be Orthodox. Take, for example, Bryson Gray. Bryson Gray is way too arrogant and prideful to just join the Orthodox Church, right? He would have to go through some humbling experiences or something that would make him willing to even consider that he has no clue what he's talking about. And he's not in that position right now. So, like, do we want Bryson Gray just automatically, running to the Orthodox Church right now? No. It would be a disaster. People got to be in the right place to be ready for that. And that's why we in the Orthodox Church, we don't rush to convert people. We take time with people.
How is that relevant to your argument that feminism is good for society?
Well, I'm curious what your reasons would be for not meeting that obligation.
Could you tie this into why feminism is good for society, sweetie?
Well, we can go back if you want to talk about GDP again, but I know that one's a really spooky topic.
No. Just in general, how is your questioning of whether or not I've ever been a police officer relevant to your affirmative?
I'm just shocked you have to dither on it.
The reason I'm going to this debate, what's funny is that the veteran guy up in the corner, Ken, who himself is an admitted male feminist, his argument at the beginning was feminism is good for society because I've been to Israel. I kid you not, that was his argument. And he says the border checkpoints and the airport checkpoints have female guards. So that was, I'm not kidding, that was his argument for why feminism is good for society. What? Not So Erudite says something very similar. You haven't done this, this, and this, and therefore you can't speak to it. So are you noticing a pattern between the way that these left-minded people argue now? They've switched into this mode of you can really only speak to something if you're, quote, expert. What is exactly the qualification for an expert? Because we know that it's not necessarily academic, because there are plenty of academics who've never been to these countries. So you'll notice in the Douglas Murray thing, like he begins with the need for expert testimony, and Ian Carroll doesn't count because he's not expert. Okay, so who counts as an expert? Well, you have to have been there in person. But wait a minute. Many, many academic experts have never even been to the places they're supposedly experts on, right? I mean, many of them have, but many of them have not, perhaps. Or what if I'm an expert on something or some phase or era that I can't go to, right? Like Dave Smith brings up Tiny Mustache Man. So none of us can go to Tiny Mustache Man era Weimar Republic or whatever prior to that, right? Prior to Tiny Mustache Man. So we can't study it firsthand. So I guess no one could speak to it because we're not, quote, expert. So he keeps moving the goalposts as to who can speak to it. And what it amounts to is just basically reframing it and moving the goalposts to where it's just his position, right? But wait a minute. Douglas Murray isn't an expert because he has an English degree or whatever. Oh, but I've been there first person, and the IDF set up a meet and greet or whatever he did there. Oh, so now it's not actually the academic training that makes you an expert. It's just going to it and being there. So would that mean that every Palestinian is therefore an expert? Of course not. But that would meet his criteria of what an expert is. So it just depends. Like the goalpost always moves depending upon what it is, shifts to be his position, which that actually signifies a weak position.
Who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
In fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, oh, I'm just a history
Have
nerd.
you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I tried.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this. Or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just tell you what I think.
Yeah, but that's...
Yeah, but by your own criteria, you're not a historian. So how can you speak to the topic if you don't have a history degree by your criteria, right?
Not exactly. That's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl's saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think...
Well, you can raise a question and tell people something, but on what basis is it wrong to tell people something?
Would get a straight answer really clearly. You were thinking about obligations.
Why would Why would that be relevant?
Why would lots of the stuff that you've brought up be relevant?
Why would lots of stuff be relevant to me not answering the question why it's relevant?
Answer questions. You know, you've been dogging on me.
No, I'm not a police officer, nor did I ever set myself on the path. How is it relevant now?
I'm just wondering why you haven't fulfilled your obligations as a man to being a police
officer.
officer.
No one said the obligation is become a police officer, silly.
Or military. You've got to be the arm of enforcement, right?
No one argued that you have an obligation to join the military.
Oh, so men don't have an obligation to join.
So it's funny because at this point, this debate is just like, it's already done. I mean, she's shifting between obligations, duties, and saying that men tend to be the dominant fighters and soldier class, to JimBob saying men have an obligation to defend their families, and then she says something like, then all the men should be in the military and all of them don't, so they're not living up to their obligations. and JimBob was saying, the obligation is not for every man to enter the military. The obligation is for them to defend their families. And she says, so you're admitting that the men won't fulfill their obligation to go into the military. It's like so stupid, right? It's like so low tier. I kind of felt bad for her, honestly, because she was just doing so bad. Let's see what the audience thinks. No one cares about your Yelp review, from JimBob. Not So Bright assumes that some countries suck because women aren't in the workforce. However, we have an example in our own past, North America, where we had the highest standards of living when women were not in the workforce, 40s to 65. That's a good point. I was actually going to say that. AC says a loss for feminism. Took 3 minutes for JimBob to demolish Not So Bright. Not So Smart thinks that women entering the workforce is what caused America to be a hegemon, and not the massive baby boom after World War II. Exactly. Not So Bright is really not so bright. 99% of bricklayers are men. Men are not responsible for laying the bricks. Bricklayers are. That's what she says. Yeah. There's one part where she says that, which is so funny. JimBob wrecked Not So Erudite. Not So Bright got completely demolished. The entire argument is feminism is good because feminism has, the places that have feminism are good. JimBob's random quips are hilarious. Yeah, it was pretty funny debate. Not So Erudite's argument is basically a materialistic argument. Feminism is good because we get stuff, and stuff is the ultimate good. They need to stop relying on Ayn Rand. Yeah, the veteran guy was really funny. He flew missions against Iran. Therefore, we don't want to live there. Therefore, feminism is good. Yeah, this is just so low tier. Like, the only option is you choose Islam or degenerate American West. Like, that's the only two options you have, right? By the way, in this debate, the veteran dude was saying that there's women Navy SEALs who've passed the male exam, and every veteran commenting and former Navy SEAL commenting was like, that's not true. No woman has ever passed the Navy SEAL male standards. Ken straight up lied. Anyway. Funny debate. I'm trying to switch back and forth so that I don't know if I'm going to be able to even do the entire Rogan stream, since people are saying you can't do it. Like, they'll pull the stream down if you try to do it all. But as everyone knows, like, the majority of this debate at the beginning is about expert rule, and they're actually, I think they start debating about whether or not experts can be the thing that determines debates.
I think Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
No, I don't know. Well, now wait a minute. Why are you talking about Israel if you're an English teacher, right?
Mainly talking about Israel.
That's all I see you on the internet doing.
Yeah, but that's
that might be what you've seen.
It's
But
just
I don't
you
think that's.
consuming
But that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision. I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly.
I don't follow a lot of Dave Smith's content. I've seen the debates that he's done here and there and clips here and there. I mean, when he had RFK Jr. on, he was debating with RFK Jr. And it wasn't only about the Middle East. Let's trying to remember. What was it he was calling RFK Jr. out about? I forget what it was. Maybe it was. I just don't remember. I mean, when he debated Andrew, they were debating libertarian is-ought duty distinction stuff. So this seems a little disingenuous by Murray to say that, oh, that's all you do. Well, I mean, maybe it's become a significant part of what he does. I wouldn't say it's all he does.
But you do get attention from that. If you'd spent the last year speaking about...
Well, this is already like deflection into motives, right? So nothing's even happened yet, and he's already implying that Dave Smith has bad motives because he gets attention from talking about it. In other words, you're just doing this for attention. Well, we could assume then that the only reason Douglas Murray is on this podcast is also to get attention. You see how it's like that? These kinds of things cut both ways, and it's like if you're talking about the topic, it must be to get attention. Well, then you're on Rogan talking about the topic to get attention.
Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but he does talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, you have to be an expert? Or,
no, I think
authority
matters. I think authority matters, and I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out.
Now, this is interesting because Dave Smith brings up a fallacy, which is correct, that just appealing to authority doesn't really have anything to do with what's true or false in this situation. That is a fallacy. Now, experts can help us. And so, if you're making an argument for something, expert testimony can attest to your position. But just appealing to an expert doesn't prove or disprove anything. And I think anybody who's trained in basic pedagogy, debate, rhetoric should know that. But of course, most people already are too uneducated to even know that.
Out there. And then say, I'm not interested in the alternative views on this. And particularly when it's a counter-narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people, look, I just feel, we should get it out straight away. I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
Okay, so now it's, you're bad because you brought up a topic which has opened the door to people who will be bad and make extreme conclusions. So now, wait a minute. I thought if we're proponents of liberal democracy and free speech, that comes with the territory. You don't get to police and ban the speech because of possible implications of the speech. You see, I mean, this is just, again, I don't have this guy's Western democracy position, but he wrote a book about Western democracy, right? I forget the title of his book, something like Western Democratic blah blah blah. So, yeah.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has...
Derek,
I don't think there's anything dangerous about
what's the other guy? Derek... what's his name? Cooper, is it? Which one is it?
No, that's
Daryl
Cooper. Who's the other one? The one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then... Oh, yeah, Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable about anything.
No one's calling Ian.
Okay, but... So what? Like, does this guy's totally not self-aware that would apply to him as well? If you're not a historian, then why are you on here on the topic as a guy with an English degree? This is so funny.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl is incredibly...
But why would we listen to your views on their views if you don't have a history degree?
Knowledge.
By the way, I do have a history degree, so can I speak to this because I have a history degree? Now, watch. If I were to bring this up with anybody who wanted to debate, and I said, "Well, I do have a history degree. Can I speak to this?" Do you have a history degree in the history of the Middle East? Right? They'll move the goalpost, right? So they'll just basically narrow the scope to what counts as an expert. Again, to just be their position, right? So it's like, no, the only expert is the one who has the PhD in Middle Eastern Zionist politics that I agree with.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
he's not.
Is.
He's wildly... Several reasons. One is when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
Right, but you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No, you don't have to debate people.
If it's not your thing.
But if you, for instance, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in
It's not what he
World War
said.
II.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper have said that?
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said, but Daryl Cooper has not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him,
By the way, hasn't the critique of Churchill been around for a long time? I mean, wasn't this the thesis of Pat Buchanan's book? I have the book, but I don't have it here. But didn't Pat Buchanan a long time ago critique Churchill? This is not even really a controversial critique, is it? So, now I guess Pat Buchanan, like mainline trad paleoconservative views are dangerous. I guess, yeah, to today's weirdo lib mindset or neoliberal mindset. Yeah, I guess Pat Buchanan is like, far right, tiny mustache. Everything's far right, tiny mustache man, dangerous positions, which the more they do that, the more it prompts people to look into the opposing positions, because everybody's beginning to think, whether justified or not, that if you're trying to shut down the speech about this or that, it must be something that you don't want people looking into. That prompts people to look into it.
I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is, by Churchill's actions, the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions, then, is he?
No, but
He's got a point
the
of
claim
view.
isn't that he's just asking questions. Yeah, he has a point of view.
By the way, who says that you have to only ask questions? Like, who made the law that you may only ask questions unless you are an expert? Only experts can give assertions. It's just, again, I don't have a problem either, by the way, with, I'm not a total libertarian, so I'm not for complete unbridled free speech. That's a very complex, difficult question as to exactly what the law should be around that, which is not our topic today. But, this is just already off to such I wouldn't say he's poisoning the well. It's just like he's deflecting, right? He's turning it into, this is the kind of stuff that the establishment legacy stuff has always done, right? The legacy attitude is, first and foremost, we have the authority. You don't. People don't care that you claim to have the authority. Ever since weapons of mass destruction, that lie, the self-appointed establishment legacy system authorities are losing their ground. And now you have the biggest podcast in the world opening up that discussion.
You can explain this better. He literally says
yes, he
he's
said
joking.
In the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part. But in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
what's
Douglas,
the point of that?
Well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this.
Hey, he brought up my point.
Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's
interviewed?
certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get leveled?
About 20 years ago.
I'm just
He
curious.
debated against Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear. But if you only get the contrary view, which is...
Wait a minute. Only get the contrary view. If Pat Buchanan and this Daryl guy, I've never even heard the Daryl guy. I don't even know what his positions are, but that's two people out of 98% having the establishment view. That's two people?
Isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the...
So where's he getting the idea that if you only get the contrary view? 98% of the world and everyone in academia is the legacy establishment view. So where would you even get the idea of only getting the contrary view?
20th century. At some point, you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's horse shit of the most profound kind.
So couldn't we make this argument about any position? The problem with this is that any position could conceivably lead to people doing bad actions on the basis of that position. Then, if that's the case, then no one can talk about any position. You see how silly this is? This is a bizarre line of argumentation. I mean, could someone conceive... Let me just take the legacy position. Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. The system said so. Therefore, we had to go and do everything that we did, and it was justified to... Is it Madeleine Albright or Dianne Feinstein? I think it's Albright, right? Killing 1 million brown people was justified, and I'd do it again. So, is that okay? Or, does he not understand that this line of argumentation cuts both ways? And this whole discussion from the outset is just basically some kind of weird deflection into authority stances, which I don't think... This was a really weird line, given the fact that this guy had to know that, probably the majority of Joe Rogan's audience is libertarian of some kind. To begin your argument to an audience of libertarian-minded people with an appeal to authority is a really bizarre line of argument.
I don't think that's what...
It speaks to a total lack of self-awareness, not only of his own position, but the entire ethos of what's going on out there in the public discourse, and even Joe Rogan's audience. This is just really stupid.
He's trying to
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to...
this really annoys me because I get... If you do anything in media, people do this thing where they will automatically do guilt by association. So that's kind of what this guy's doing. It's like, well, you hosted a person asking dangerous questions. Now, wait a minute. How many times has Mr. David Duke been on CNN? Would this same line of argumentation mean then that CNN platformed all of these evil people for decades because they had Mr. Duke on for how many decades? Over and over and over, they would have him on. Why would they have him on? And why, in these people's mind, is this same critique not leveled against mainstream media for decades having radicals on who open the questions that might lead to people acting out in a dangerous way? Do you see how stupid this is? Everything this guy is saying as a defender of the legacy system returns on his own head 20-fold because the legacy system has they've interviewed bin Laden. Do you remember when was it CBS, ABC or CBS flew to the Middle East to interview bin Laden? Why are you giving bin Laden a platform? And by the way, how, when bin Laden was on the wanted list, did mainstream media reporters go interview him? But he can't be found? Come on, dude. Give me a break.
Push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions. And then if you say that's wrong, they say I'm a comedian.
But wait a minute. No,
how can you tell me I'm just a comedian? I'm just throwing stuff out.
By the way, I wonder if that's still that used to be on YouTube. Let's see if we can find that, because this was I believe, I'm going from memory here, I believe this was pre Big 9, right? But it was post WTC 1993. And I don't think it was Anderson Cooper, but it was like one of these kind of, Yeah, here's one. Oh, wow. Here's one with CNN. So this is post 1993, right? CNN. Look at this.
Hi, my name is Monica.
Now, he was wanted after the 93, wasn't he? Let's see if that sounds like something that Grok could pretty easily answer. Can people in the chat double check me on that? Pull it up, Jamie. Not Jamie Henshaw. Making a joke. Let's see what. Let's see what if Grok knows. This shouldn't be too difficult. Hopefully, this isn't too controversial. Let's see. Was Osama bin Laden?
Let's see.
Hush. No. I'm talking to you. You hush up. Was Osama bin Laden wanted by the FBI or the U.S. authorities after the 1993 event?
Yes. Osama bin Laden was wanted by the FBI and U.S. authorities after the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. He was linked to the attack through his financial support and ties to the perpetrators, leading to his inclusion on the FBI's wanted list by the late 1990s.
Oh, interesting. So who knows where he is? Oh, but CNN reporters can fly over there and talk to him. Interesting.
Declared a jihad against the United States.
Hush.
Can you tell us why?
Hush, not Hassan. Good grief. Grok, you're driving me crazy. Grok starts talking to me in Arabic. Ugh. Hush up. Do not start speaking to me in Arabic, dude. So this is the 1997 CNN interview with, well, I don't know where he is. We can't find him, but this boomer, bald CNN reporter can fly over there and talk to him.
Jihad.
By the way, it's not just CNN. There's others that went and interviewed him too. 1998, John Miller of ABC goes and interviews Osama.
Two reasons. One, it was expensive. And two...
I thought they're not going to play the interview. I don't care about this guy yapping. I want to hear his actual interview. Okay, so anyway, so you see there the how do we get onto this from fallacy of authority? I don't remember. Let's go back to
Horrific opinions that's wrong. What are you talking about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
guys like Daryl,
the ones I'm describing.
You
Very
need to
clear.
listen to Daryl to really understand what he's saying. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in...
Nuanced and charitable? Does Joe Rogan listen to me and Michael Lofton? I'm just joking. Charitably nuanced, dog. Straight white male, $5. When JimBob told Not So Erudite, I will literally fight you, I cried with tears. That's funny. H. Brazi, $10. It is objectively insane how fixated Middle Eastern-minded people are on this plot of land. You can discuss any other subject. As soon as this is brought up, you must be silenced. H. Brazi, $10. Just like you, I have never heard of this Murray person. I believe that this Middle Eastern stuff is an issue. Did you see what he said to Ben Shapiro, that certain people's Middle Eastern lives are more important than a Christian life? Yeah, I shared it on Twitter. H. Brazi, $10. It has more to do with politics and speech from the perspective of the English guy. Yeah, it's like people know or think that because you're an English person with an English accent, you must be erudite and you must be smart because of the accent, right? Nothing to do with the actual substance. So it's like form over substance. Very similar with how these people would say that Trump is tiny mustache man. Yeah, it's like it's all appearance and form versus the actual substance. But yeah, that appeals to the 30-40% of the population that's 100 IQ that doesn't know anything and just goes off of appearance
in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No, you're wrong.
True.
You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the
He
way
also
put it.
said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
No, again, this is
No, he said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win over. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it.
I've never even heard of Daryl Cooper, so I don't even know what they're arguing about.
Solving Hitler of blame and much.
Can we even discuss the tiny mustache name? I don't even know if you can even mention that. I guess Joe Rogan can, if you get 20 million subscribers, you can, but I feel like my channel is going to get demonetized if just the words are uttered.
It is so the idea that we haven't driven into people enough that Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
I'm not saying that at all.
Happens is, and of course people know the red pill is the analogy from the Matrix. The idea that you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believed was bullshit propaganda and is all lies. And this is a real danger when the establishment and the institutions are all caught with their pants down, having sold a bunch of very consequential policies based on lies. And that...
Yes, this is correct. As we were pointing out, it goes back earlier than weapons of mass destruction, but weapons of mass destruction was a lie, and much of what we've been told and browbeat into are lies. And once people start waking up to that narrative cracking, you can't just keep browbeating people into accepting the legacy narrative when it's admittedly been based on so many lies. Now, that doesn't mean that everything is a lie, right? You can go to some opposite extreme. And, when in 2014, for example, I was I still do not believe the official Big Nine story. But in 2014, I didn't know a lot about Islam. Now I know a lot more. I still don't believe the Big Nine story. That doesn't make me pro-Islam, you see. So I can be charitable and nuanced.
Are you talking about the man can
of course
hit?
Someone's not going to answer you in an elevator. If someone's if there's a possibility that someone's going to come in.
What are you talking about?
Why would they essay you in a?
What are you talking about?
By the way, I'm switching to JimBob's discussion because we'll be both together in this situation in a month as we debate Not So Erudite. And I thought JimBob did really well. I didn't see the whole 7 hours of it, but I saw about hour and a half, 2 hours of it, where he ended up. It was a weird situation because most of what I saw ended up being him debating not with this weird creature here, but with the girl with the curly hair because she's Muslim. So it ends up being this Muslim debate, ironically, which is not what probably anybody or JimBob expected. But I don't think I saw this part with this pixie dust creature here.
You can stop the elevator.
If a man stopped the elevator while I was in it alone with him, I'd freak out.
I know how many times on CCTV and all these security cameras, how many times do you think it's happened where a man and a woman were in an elevator and the man didn't do that versus when they did?
The reason why there's those videos and it stops happening is because they're not even in the elevator long enough.
Answer the question.
If I'm stuck on an elevator with a man,
I just told you he could push the button. You said you'd be scared at that point. I'm asking if the first step of
Dude, I would be scared if I was in the elevator with the chick on the right with the pink and the purple hair and the elevator stopped and she pushed I would be scared. I would be trying to get out of the elevator with that chick.
In this instance is pushing the button and stopping the elevator and doing this thing. I'm asking you, what's more likely to occur? A man in an elevator attacking you, being that you're both alone in the elevator, or a bear attacking you if you're both alone in the elevator?
Both would attack.
Both, same likelihood.
Because because now we're talking about an enclosed space.
So, there's an equal likelihood of a bear and a random guy will attack this sort of goblin creature. I can assure you 90% of dudes are not going to attack you.
Versus I'm alone in the woods.
So men are more likely to aggress you if you're in an enclosed space?
Don't wait in line.
By the way, I didn't see the rage quit, so I don't know which girl rage quits. If it's the chick with all the stuff or the curly-haired girl.
Yes.
What?
Bear?
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying they would both attack you at that point. Now I'm in close vicinity versus we're in the woods and the bear's over there and I'm walking on my path.
Well, so is the woods an enclosed space or not?
No, the woods is not an enclosed space.
Oh, so that's not consistent then.
That's why your example was bad.
Wait, who's attracted to trees? You talking about the one with all the stuff or the other one? The other one is the Muslim, and the whole debate ends up being, she says as a Muslim that even though she doesn't consistently live by it, she expects her boyfriend, husband, or whatever to be a serious Muslim. And they're like, but you're not serious about it. And she's like, yeah, so what?
A field isn't an closed space. You know how many people get aggressed in an open field?
I mean, I don't
understand what your standard here is, like how you're measuring this stuff.
We're talking about a field or a wood space.
I just gave you an example.
A wood space. I know when I go into the wood space, I feel aggressed by the woodland creatures. I feel that at any moment, any woodland creature might potentially aggress me. And in fact, when I see chipmunks, when I see squirrels, I literally assume that it is microaggressions. They're engaging in microaggressions at all times.
That happens every single day in every building right here in this city, right? There's an elevator.
Where there's literally like a 7 to 10 foot different space.
No, hold on. They are in, you're enclosed in the same place. And what you said is,
how many bear attacks happen versus essays? I just want to know.
Also, what if the bear is in the elevator?
That's what I said. I said at that point they would both likely attack me because we're close together. Now there's like a
not really. A bear is not guaranteed to.
Okay, here's one more follow-up question, and we can move
an answer.
So I want to go to we're going to fast forward to the rage quit. I don't think I'm going to get away. So again, multiple people have said that your stream will get taken down if you play too much of the Rogan debate. So I'll have to fix the title description for the show because I didn't realize that when I started the stream. So I don't think I'll be able to get away with it. Maybe have to do a live stream just privately or something, playing the whole thing and covering it. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that for some members or something. But I want to fast forward over here to the rage quit because that looks like the best part here towards the end.
That you have to base your answers to that logic. You can't
that
say
was
all men are bad.
And I didn't say
bullshit,
that.
Right? Straight up bullshit.
Didn't say that.
You can't say I would
don't repeat things.
Men.
Don't say things I didn't say.
No,
I didn't say all men are bad.
You said exactly that. You say
no, I didn't.
I would eliminate all men.
JimBob's facial expressions to the camera are funny.
I didn't say that.
I said that.
What are you confused?
Here,
I
just
didn't
stop.
say that.
No, that's exactly what's happening
just stop.
right now.
Just stop. Let me take care of this. A non-answer is not an answer. I gave you an A or a B question. Okay? I gave you, if you had to pick between two things, and you saying, I don't like this component of the question, you pick A or you pick B. If you had to pick one, which is it? If you had to pick one.
Like on a mass scale, if you think about it as like a mass scale.
I don't need you guys to tell me. I understand
Guys, just
question.
allow silence until she answers.
What?
Don't just answer the question.
That's really weird. Just like,
yeah, what is happening right now? Like, I thought that.
Yeah, you can keep, or you could just answer the question.
You're being extremely disrespectful.
You're being disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful.
If I
I've been
ask you a
contributing
question,
to all of the
if I ask you a
conversation.
question,
I've been nice to everyone.
No, you haven't. No,
yes,
you haven't.
I have.
You're fucking late. You're super rude. If we want to talk
What
about
was
rudeness,
super rude?
you were
I
super
apologize for being late. I drove from LA to be here.
And apologize to me. So, anyways,
I did. When I walked in, I said, I'm so sorry that I was
That's
late.
cool. Do you want to answer the question? And don't just say shit on the podcast for the sake of the podcast. I wasn't rude to you. I apologize to both you and... Yeah, cool. Do you want to answer the question?
I feel uncomfortable now.
What is this called? Obfuscation or whatever? Is this rage
Girl,
quit?
where you going? Come back. Hey, where you going? Come back.
Okay.
Ace Brozzy, $5. I've been reading Bryson Gray's replies to everybody correcting him about Easter not being pagan. How is it possible that he's worse than when y'all debated? Bryson is a special kind of dumb, bro. I mean, again, Bryson is the one who said, "What's a fallacy?" And then when I quote Bryson, I'm racist because I'm quoting Bryson saying, "What's a fallacy?" Let's see his replies.
I can prove Easter pagan with fair ease. Let me just ask 5 questions. Does anyone in the Bible celebrate Jesus' death? What was the first time celebrated? Who do people celebrate it at? Does it observe, mimic anything else celebrated before converting? Does it resemble celebration in the Bible?
And so he's replying to IP. Okay. And then Marcellus Wallace says, in this comment, you've committed an argument from silence, genetic fallacy, false cause, post hoc ergo propter hoc, non sequitur.
I stopped reading at the word fallacies. Answer the question.
That's why I said
what that is. What that is.
Because in our debate, he said
what that is.
Bryson, unfortunately, is a weird niche cult creator. He has a weird, made-up, Judaizing, Messianic Aryan cult that he either made up or it's 20 people in Nashville. I don't even know how many people. It's not an actual thing, but he says,
I go to some meetings.
So he says he goes to some meetings, which I don't know what that means. But look, all I'm trying to say is you can't beat. The only way to beat Randy Balls is to join him. And a lot of the evangelical megachurches are figuring that out. See, I made Randy Balls skits 5-6 years ago, right? And now we got megachurch pastors riding in on roller coasters, dude. Randy Balls couldn't even think that up. By the way, this is all prior to... Randy Balls should be on the next season of Righteous Gemstones. Somebody tell Danny McBride and all of them, put Randy Balls as the rival pastor in season 5 of Righteous Gemstones. Look at this. Mega church pastors riding in on damn roller coasters. You can't make this up, bro. What the hell? Roller coaster. No Face Killer, $2. He is letting in guards from Jabba's palace now. Oh, that chick with all the stuff on her face. No Face Killer, $2. Again, same thing. Joe Perota, $5. Your Bryson impression makes me laugh every single time.
What that is? Ask my balls.
By the way, I reshared that because I forgot about that. Remember when I did the NPC game? Remember that? Now there's a Bryson version.
Ask my balls. Ask my balls. You keep a Sabbath. You keep a Sabbath. What that is? What that is? Ask my balls. Ask my balls. You keep stabbing.
By the way, it sounds a little bit like Dave Chappelle if you listen. It's like my Bryson starts to turn into Dave Chappelle voice. So she just left over. What was the question? I don't even remember what the question was.
Cool.
And why didn't she want to just answer the question? I don't even understand. Like she already spent the whole show being inconsistent, from what I saw. So why didn't she just want to answer the question? It wasn't going to get any worse for her if she had just answered the question. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to have to redo the thumbnail and the title of this episode. So let's see what we got here.
And say that.
I said that.
What are you confused?
Here,
I
just
didn't
stop.
say that.
Just,
that's exactly what's happening
just stop.
right now.
Just stop. Let me take care of this. A non-answer is not an answer. I gave you an A or a B question. Okay? I gave you, if you had to pick between two things, and you saying, I don't like this component of the question, you pick A or you pick B.
What was the question?
Did answer it.
Pointing it.
Yeah, but it got
So
to
that's
this.
why.
Well, it got here is your failure to answer is given by your right. But if we told
an answer, but you didn't.
There's still
No, I didn't claim I gave an answer. I
You literally just said you gave an answer. No, I can't just in the middle. I can't just write 5. I can't just add in 5. That's what you're doing. It's a multiple choice question. Pick one.
You're making me really uncomfortable, and as someone who's been
Okay, I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on here. H. Brosy, $5. The funniest part of I guess you mean the Bryson debate. Every time he gave a clarifying statement, his brain somehow interpreted that as a concession due to his maybe 60 IQ tops. Bryson is something else. You know, when I commented on him getting into a fight with that goofball misfit patriot, Bryson then offered to fight me. It's like, I mean, it's just crazy. By the way, Bryson would probably, he claims he's MMA trained. I don't know if he really is. If he is MMA trained, he probably would beat me up. I mean, I'm not like some kind of badass, but to me, it was just funny that my joke immediately led to him offering to fight, which is like, you know, you got like a weak psyche person when you make a joke and they say,
You want to fight? Hey, I guarantee you, we get in the ring, it's going to be a bad time for you, bro.
and that was when I was commenting on, let's watch it again because it's so funny. He got so mad that I just made one comment. I was like, and by the way, I didn't even say that he lost the fight. To me, it looks like he was winning the fight. And I don't know why that made him mad. I mean, it was like Bryson misfit patriot. So we got to do a full screen for this. This is the classic. Roller coaster of love. So, again, why do these idiots fight in gravel? That was dumb to begin with. But secondly, I didn't even say he lost the fight. In fact, he had the upper hand in this fight. And then Misfit Patriot kicked him in the balls. And then I didn't praise Bryson enough, I guess, and it made him mad because I said they look like two R words fighting. Look at all them orbs, by the way. You see all them orbs flying by? It's a sign, dude. It's a sign the angels are with Bryson. Look at all those orbs flying by. Orbs, orb. So all you idiots that think orbs are real, this is called dust particles. They're stirring up gravel and dust with their feet. It's not angel orbs. So it looks like Bryson got a good lick in there. He took him down. That one looks like it maybe grazed his forehead. That looked like a decent lick. Oh, my ball! And then he kicked him in the ball. Oh, my ball! I'm a ball! Anyway, I'll never get tired of that fight. That was a classic. By the way, if you want to follow me, I'm almost at 100K over here on Twitter. So follow me over here on Twitter. Right here. Help me hit 100K. We're almost there. And get your tickets to the live event. Also, there is the... You can get orders for Esoteric Hollywood 3. So pre-orders. We're 3 months out, so it's not going to be available until July. But you can go over here to Esoteric Hollywood 3 page on my shop, and you can get your... Bryson? How did Bryson lose? He got kicked in the orbs. I lost my orbs. I don't think... I mean, it was a funny fight. It's like a comedic fight. But I don't think Bryson lost that fight. It looked like he had the upper hand. He was beating that dude up, so that dude just went for like straight up kicking him in the balls, right? But that doesn't mean I think Bryson's an insane goofus, dude. Bryson's like a cartoon of himself in live time. Byzantios, $5. Bryson sounds like Rob Bass from the 80s. Absolutely. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two arms to make it out of sight. I'm trying to remember the Rob Bass lyrics. By the way, that was my favorite rap song in the 80s. Was Rob Bass. DJ Easy Rock. I want to rock right now. I'm Bryson Gray and I came to get down. I'm not internationally known, but I'm known to rock a microphone. What that is, because I get stupid. I mean outrageous. Stay away from me if it's contagious. Got that coof. He does sound like Rob Bass. That's funny. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. It takes two orbs to make it out of sight. I Healify, $5. Nice to see Bryson Gray unlocking his warrior gene. The first time I talked to Bryson, he was saying he wanted to... He's like, I got MMA this week. I got MMA. He made sure to tell me like 10 times he got MMA. Right? And I'm like, okay, dude, I got it. You got MMA training. I got it. Yeah, we know. Right? And then then we had the debate, and then I don't think it went too well for him. And then he was mad after the debate, but then I guess he got over it. But like his just nonsense on Twitter, I had to just block it. I can't deal with it. It's too stupid, dude. I mean, it's something else, bro. So if you haven't seen it, here I'll give you guys the link, and then this one, I guess, was kind of formal because, I mean, I think Chase was the moderator. It was kind of formal.
Using the right weight matters.
But it was kind of informal too because it ended up being just a lot of back and forth yapping, and it's funny. So here, I'll give you this. Check out Tucker's latest episode. Odd Harvey, $2. It's pretty wild. What's his latest episode? Go check out my Bryson Gray debate. Navohu, $5. Should I read David Bentley Hart? I would not recommend David Bentley Hart. So anyway, go check out the Bryson debate. Otherwise, everybody have a good night. We had a lot of fun. Hit like, hit share.